I think we can start. I think, but I'm not sure that we can start. Have we started? Can those who are in the Zoom hear me? So we have, is it okay? So we have some teething small problems. I think we have solved them all. I see that we are also live on YouTube, and I see that we can start from the from the exact moment that we had said that we start, which is totally un-Greek, I have to say, but it's a good start in any case, and I hope that we will be able to respect the timetable in general. For those of you who don't know me, whether in presence or in Zoom, where there are about a significant number of persons from what I see. My name is Yannis Papageorgiou. I am an associate professor at the Department of Political Sciences in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I am also the chair holder of the Jean Monnet Chair on the fundamentals of European integration, democracy, institutions, and policies. And in the context of this Jean Monnet Chair, which runs till 2023, till the end of 2023, we are organizing a number of events in the university, outside the university, and as you see in NAUS as well. One of the three main activities of the summer school of the Jean Monnet Chair are summer schools. As everything, summer schools are also suffering from
recording in progress.
Something went on, but okay. Yeah, I have to make an announcement that this is a meeting that is being web streamed and recorded, so you know that when you attended this course. So I was saying that one of the main events that are being organized in the context of the Jean Monnet Chair are summer schools. We were planning to have
Same system, στερεοφωνική μίξη.
Το μικρόφωνο είναι ανοιχτό, δεν μ' ακούτε? I was thinking. Okay. Now. Now can you hear? Yeah, now it's okay. Great. So I was saying before I was muted and told to shut up by the micro that one of the victims of COVID, certainly not the most tragic one, was the fact that we were unable to organize the first summer school, which took place online only this year in spring 2020, and the fact that we were not able to hold a fully presential summer school now, as we are in NAUSA, and we have the obligation to organize it with a small number of persons present and a bigger number of persons who are online. We hope that the third summer school will be in a less complicated situation next summer. It is a summer school that is quite interesting on the future of democracy in Europe. So it will be interesting for those of you who are satisfied with this year's result. Now, some introductory remarks before going into some points that I want to explain to the summer school. First of all, you will have to keep your masks open throughout the 3 days. I know that this is not very useful, not very practical, but it is certainly useful. And that you should also keep a distance from each other, those who are present. For everyone, not only those who are present, physically present, it is a hybrid event, and we know that we have to make amends for colleagues who are present and for colleagues who are not present. So I would ask anyone who wants to take the floor to speak to the micro from those present, and anyone who wants to take the floor from those through Zoom to raise a hand, and we will give you the floor so that there is no mix-up and that everyone can follow it. You can use the chat if you want to put to add things in to make some comments. Now, you know that I told you that it is web streamed on YouTube. It will also be available on the web channel of the Jean Monnet Chair later on if you want to follow again these very important moments that you're going to live in the coming 3 days. This is the second summer school, as I told you. It has been difficult to make one full summer school with a lot of participants present. I think that these 3 days, nevertheless, will be useful both for those who are present and for those who are in Zoom. One important thing that I believe we recognized during this pandemic period is that the physical presence, the exchange of views, the fertilization of each other's ideas from discussion are the best means for academic achievement, for academic progress. And this is something that we in the universities have felt a lot during this period where everyone was forced to follow issues online and having problems really to follow, first of all, and to really learn, to really understand, secondly. By coincidence, this summer school takes place at a particular topical and crucial moment for us. I mean, we had not, you know, we had planned this summer school many months in advance, and and we were not considering the possibilities of migration becoming the first page issue in all newspapers in the world. That shows, however, that the recent events in Afghanistan, the withdrawal of the United States, the arrival of the Taliban, and the turmoil in which the country of Afghanistan and the wider region, but the world as well, is undergoing, demonstrates how urgent and important the issue of migration is. Of course, migration is not a novel phenomenon. It existed all since time immemorial, since humanity appeared in the earth. Movement of the populations was how the world was done, was conquered by humans. It is not a new phenomenon, but in recent years, even in recent centuries, I would say, it was for a long time considered as something natural, as something that is a phenomenon, is a physical matter of life. The United States, many other countries were built on migration. And it was till the 1980s or the 1970s, even Europe was considering migration as mostly an economic, a demographic, or even a social structure issue rather than a political issue. This gradually changed. Migration became more political, became more politicized, and population movements were translated politically into a more securitized approach, if you want. At the same time, a relatively minor aspect of migration, which was refugee movements were marginal in the 1950s and 60s, but refugee movements since the 1980s became increasingly important, both numerically and politically. Wars, both international and civil wars, climate change, but also globalization allowed for refugee flows to become much more central in population movements and overshadow the general trend of migration. Migration is closely linked, it was always closely linked to states, in particular modern states, who still are reluctant to know, they want to be able to admit or to reject and control foreigners in their territory. For migration, control of migration, rather, or monitoring of migration, if you want, was a major issue, a major aspect of national sovereignty. And thus, population movements in Europe, but elsewhere also, remained strictly under the national control, even when the European process started. EEC, the European Economic Community, was much more, was not dealing basically with migration till the 1980s and in principle till, in theory, after the Maastricht Treaty. Even now, the member states, even today, when Europe has taken a significant role on migration, member states remain the paramount players in European migration policy. So when we discuss these 3 days migration in Europe, we should also consider to a large extent migration and the member states of Europe, like, rather than Europe. Of course, there are aspects which are more Europeanized and aspects which are less Europeanized, but we have to remember that to a large extent, national politics play a significant role in European migration politics, and that public opinion, party politics at national level shape to a large extent also the European policies. So we must always recall that when talk about EU policies, we talk about EU member states policies, more than when we talk about, this is true in the European Union everywhere, but it is much more so in policies of asylum and migration than, let's say, in trade or in environmental policies. As I told you, we had not planned in this summer school as a commentary on current affairs. Of course, Afghanistan and the refugee movements now are present in everyone's mind, but the aim was to look more at the challenges of migration from a distance, not from as a comment on current events. And we thus have divided our 3 days into 3 different subjects. Firstly, by panels, which because of COVID, some panel speakers will come to the podium one after the other, so that there is no, let's say, too much mingling between us. And the first day will deal with migration from a political, economic, and demographic aspect. The second day will look more specifically into the issue of asylum. And the third day will look into the challenges of integration of migrants at European and national level, including solidarity, including rights. We have allowed for some time for questions and answers after each speaker, not at the end, and there will be some more time for discussion during the thematic working sessions. I will come back to the thematic working sessions later on. I think I've said enough as a beginning, and I see that time is, my time is out. I think that before passing the floor to Anna Triantafylidou, who I see there, I want to thank very much the municipality of Naousa and the staff of the School of Aristotle. I think that those who are present have seen that it is a magical area. I mean, the ancient Greeks knew where to build their sites, and I think this is not the case for modern Greeks, but at least this specific building really emphasizes how nature can assist intellectual awareness, let's say. I want to thank the municipality and the staff of the school for all the support they've done. I'll say that at the end. I don't want to go now. Without any further comment, I want to give the floor to our keynote speaker, a colleague from, I think, from the University of Thrace originally, but with a long parcours in the world, Anna Triantafylidou. I think she's the most distant participant and an early riser too, because she's in Toronto right now. She's a professor holding the Canada Excellence Research in Migration and Integration at the Ryerson University. So she has all the qualifications to give us our keynote speech. I want to really thank her because I don't know, now it must be 6 o'clock in Toronto, 6 or 7. So it's
6:45.
I hope you have had your coffee in the meantime. I want to give her the floor. She's going to talk about migration, globalization and pandemics, the challenges and opportunities for Europe. Quite a feat, I have to say, and she has to do that in 20-25 minutes, but I'm sure that she will manage. I really again thank her for coming. Well, you heard all the nice words that we said about the School of Aristotle, so I'm sure that when you are in Thessaloniki next time, it would be interesting to have you here. Without further ado, I want to give you the floor. Thank you again for being with us, and you have the floor, Anna.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Thank you very much. Well, καλημέρα, καλησπέρα. Well, first of all, Yanni, thank you very much for this warm welcome. I have to say I'm a little jealous not to be there, but yeah, such is life. I want to thank you for this invitation. And of course, with all the problems and the challenges that the pandemic has... Yeah, you don't hear me? Is there a problem? No, I go ahead. Okay, should I go ahead? I don't... Anyhow, I'll go ahead, and if there is anything, write to me in the chat. So anyhow, I was saying I'm jealous not to be there. No, I should wait. Maybe there is a problem in how people who are in the room are listening to me, because I understand the people on Zoom can hear me, but maybe...
now it's
Okay, Ioanni, don't speak in the microphone because there's a huge echo, but I see, yeah. So I suppose, yeah, there was an issue, yeah, it has happened to us as well with how people hear me in the room. So anyhow, I'll start again, thanking Ioannis and everyone for inviting me and saying I'm delighted to be virtually there. So this is one of the things that we have learned with the pandemic, that we can connect across time and space. At the same time, I think the in-person character of, how can I say, of meetings and workshops and summer schools is irreplaceable. And really you did very well to have the summer school, at least partly in person. So indeed, it's actually in the meantime between July when we agreed on the topic and now, and given the things that are happening in the world, I thought I'll focus a little less on the pandemic and a little more generally on migration governance and where are we going. I called it migration governance in 2030, but maybe it's not even 2030. It's also, you know, a bit farther in the future. Let me see. I believe I can share my screen. So yes. So let me share my PowerPoint. Yes, Here we are, come on. Yeah. So in my talk today, of course, and as I agreed with Ioannis, I wanna give a few reflections about how migration is changing and how migration governance is changing these days, and what do we make of it, and how we should improve, you know, both our understanding and possibly our doing migration governance. And then I hope these reflections can be offered as a framework within which to consider in your next sessions and the next few days the position of Greece, and if you want also the position of Europe and Greece within Europe. So I want to emphasize first of all that I think migration is changing in many ways, both in kind of technological terms, but in sociopolitical terms too. It is changing in terms of governance. We have seen a global governance regime emerging with the global compacts. I mean, it culminated with the global compacts in 2018, but ever since we've had the pandemic, and one would legitimately wonder whether the world that we're living in today is the same as the one when the global compacts were negotiated. And what I want to say is that I think we need to decenter a little bit our perspective in towards the governance of migration. And by decenter, I see different levels of decentering, because one, immediately when we think about decentering, we're thinking geopolitical terms, decentering like center and periphery. And of course, who is the center and who is the periphery is also a whole debate. But I'm talking about the decentering that is also more related to who are the actors of the governance and at what level they operate, and also the important, if you want, tension between cities and rural areas and the role of migration, you know, in these two different contexts. But let me tackle one thing at a time. So first of all, I suppose some of you have had this question, you know, when you meet with friends who don't work on migration or asylum, and they would ask, oh, how is migration different now than it was after World War II? And particularly in Greece, people would say, oh, you know, Greeks migrated in the 60s and in the 70s, but they migrated legally, and people now move a lot, you know, without the appropriate documents, or the smugglers, this fake asylum seekers, etc. And I think, of course, well, first of all, I find myself in very unpleasant situations. I think when, like, over dinner, you have to give people, you know, the introductory course to the study of migration today. But I always like to put it very simple and invite people to think on how the world has been different after World War II and the reconstruction of Europe, and if you want, the whole world after a destructive war. And at the same time, of course, after World War II, you know, the approval of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and the fact that we have internationally agreed for, you know, to respect and maintain the fundamental rights of all people, and also, you know, the Geneva Convention and the right of asylum. But I want also then, because this may seem too distant history, to point out of the importance of 1989. I think we cannot just underestimate the importance of 1989 for the whole world, but also for Europe in particular, because I think it has really repositioned, you know, the whole way in which we understand ourselves as the West, in inverted commas, or as Europe, and who is the other, whether the other was before, you know, for capitalism, it was communism, it was the Soviet bloc, and then suddenly this other has disappeared, and there was no other to confront ourselves with. And I think that is a lot, I mean, a very important background that we forget when we talk about migration or migrant integration or even asylum. I'll just say this very briefly, that before 1989, asylum, I mean, most of you, I think, in the room, participants of the summer school, were not even born then. But before 1989, asylum seekers were very much welcome because usually they were fleeing communist regimes or the debacle of colonial wars, like in Vietnam, post-colonial wars, related again to communism. So they were kind of the demonstration that the West and capitalism and liberal democracy is the right regime. So they were very much, welcome. And what we see now is a totally different story. Then, of course, 2001 is, and the famous 9/11, even if for Europe that was a bit less felt, it did start a period of global preoccupation with international terrorism. And I think on this, we need also to keep in mind that the preoccupation with international terrorism is not, a prerogative of European countries, because Muslim majority countries like in North Africa, but also in South Asia have been, and even in East Africa, have been the victims of terrorism attacks with large numbers of victims. And then I put down 2020 because of the pandemic. I mean, of course, one might also consider the global financial crisis of 2009 and the years after. But I think in terms of migration, what we have seen in 2020 is something unprecedented, as the world came to a standstill. And right now, I think the world is starting to circulate again. But the pandemic has really created, has actually left people stuck, sometimes at destination. Well, that was probably my case, as we had moved to Toronto in summer 2019, and our life was very different until March 2020 and very different after March 2020. But a lot of people were forced to return. You can think of, a lot of workers in the United Arab Emirates, for instance, that were forced to return, and sometimes were kind of dumped at airports and sent back home without their salaries paid and without any provision of what will happen to them, as their lives are dependent on their temporary work at the Emirates. Similarly, internal migrants in India were stuck in different places, but also that we have chartered flights in Europe and in North America to bring in seasonal workers. And we have made special arrangements for healthcare workers and generally care workers that were necessary. So this is the general context that we're faced today. And of course, what we know is that what was important after World War II, so namely post-colonial connections, is no longer important. We have new origins and new destinations. I have always cited, for instance, a study of more than 20 years ago that was speaking about Bangladeshis in Rome. And I think it was a seminal study. I think the author was Melanie Knights and some colleagues. And he was speaking precisely at the time, Bangladesh and Italy had no connections, no pre-colonial, post-colonial connections whatsoever. But this was one good example of these globalized migrations where people follow new transport and new communication means. Somebody starts the migration and there is a chain that follows. At the same time, I think what we've been facing through these decades, and personally, I can really put my finger at when this happened, at least in my work. I used to say I'm a migration scholar. Asylum is for international lawyers and, for legal experts. Asylum has nothing to do with what I study. But I think it's been more than 10 years, maybe 12 to 15, when I realized that migration and asylum were coming together. And they were coming together not only as a field of study, but also because what we see in Afghanistan is one example, I think, as Ioannis mentioned, of the mixed motivations. And we used to speak about mixed flows, meaning that asylum seekers and economic migrants are traveling the same routes or using the same smuggling networks. But I think it's more appropriate to speak about mixed motivations. And we've seen this with the Syrian crisis. So people flee their country because of violence, insecurity, war, persecution, sometimes that is not personal, but relates to a whole group, or simply creates a situation in which you cannot stay in your country. But at the same time, precisely, there is something about creating a better future for yourself and your family. And we can also, for instance, taking the example of Syria, we know the country, or like former Yugoslavia, these countries were destroyed by civil war. And people were not only looking for safety, they were also looking for a future, particularly when a war is protracted, or when a violent situation, or if you want, when an environmental degradation situation, like drought in several parts of Africa, for instance, or flooding in parts of Central America, the Caribbean. You've seen what happened in Haiti again a few weeks ago, or persistent flooding in Bangladesh and in the whole of South Asia. At the same time, again, we have seen, I think, growing inequalities both within and among countries, and an increase of growing interdependence. So actually, the pandemic has exposed this very vividly, how much we all depend on global value chains and global systems of production. And when these break down, there are important shortages, or there is an important concern of governments to make sure there are no shortages. Here in Canada, there was a concern about the food chain breaking down. For instance, because of the absence of temporary migrant workers coming mainly from Mexico and Jamaica to work in agriculture, but also in the food processing sector. Canada has a huge meat processing industry, for instance. And as in many places, these industries, agriculture and food processing or food packaging, are very much dependent on migrant workers, and many of those are seasonal migrant workers. But we have seen it also with the protective equipment that we were all shipping from China, and suddenly there was a disruption in these chains. So we see that migration is immersed in a whole different socioeconomic global system compared to after World War II, but also even to the 90s, I would say, because the global value chains have become increasingly important in the last 20 years. And with them, of course, and with the internet, and with Internet 2.0 or 3.0, the Internet of Things and the social media, information travels much faster, and people are aware much more of what happens in other places of the world, and transport is cheaper and faster. Again, I'm not sure how this situation will evolve after the pandemic, but I believe many of us in this room, the real room and the virtual room, have used cheap flights, really cheap flights to fly, particularly within Europe, but also, transcontinentally. So all these elements have created a completely different, framework for migrations. And in this, when we consider the global governance regime, I think it is important to ask how voluntary is voluntary migration, and what do we mean by voluntary? I find particularly that in Greece, a lot of people make this distinction as a hard and fast distinction, including the media. You can tell, the sheep from the goats, ta provata και τα ερήφια. So the good are the true asylum seekers, and the bad are the economic migrants. But I think it is important to realize that it is not, a black and white line. It's rather a continuum, and the distinctions can be very fuzzy. And I often talk about percentages. So I'm saying, maybe someone who is middle class, an engineer with their family, fleeing Syria, having spent perhaps a couple of years in Lebanon or in Turkey, crossing to Greece, trying to get to Germany, where they might have extended family or they might not. Of course, I think their motivation is probably 70, 80%. They wouldn't have left Syria if it wasn't for the war. But when they're moving, they're not only seeking protection, they're also thinking about the future. And I think this is something that we will see with Afghanistan. And make no mistake, the really poor people of Afghanistan will go nowhere. They will just stay there. But the middle class and the upper middle class, some of them have left. I can tell you, I believe it's not very well known in Greece or generally in Europe. Canada, in Canada right now, we have a very strong debate about people who collaborated with the Canadian forces in Afghanistan. And there is a significant, how can I say, public mobilization that Canada should bring here, not just the interpreters or the people who collaborated directly and their immediate family members, but also their extended family members, so siblings and their families, grandparents, and so on. So the question again arises, where do we draw the line and how do we distinguish between migration and asylum? And here is where I want to speak a little bit about the global compacts, because in the global compacts, we see this distinction being repeated hard and fast, as if we can tell the two, and these are two different phenomena, these are two different flows. And on one hand, I appreciate that as many of our colleagues have argued, what I'm saying might be dangerous because they say you're not going to get anything better for the migrants, but you're going to make the situation of asylum seekers and refugees more vulnerable. At the same time, I think we could have seen more in the global compact about forced migration and about how the two relate and interact. Because while I think the global compacts overall are a good development, or as you might want to say, is it's better to have them than not to have them. I think the emphasis, particularly in the global compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, the emphasis on exactly that, safe, orderly, and regular migration, is misplaced. I think it risks leaving the bulk of international migration outside, and it risks saying, unless we can make the movement safe, orderly, and regular, we should actually stop them. And there is little recognition. Actually, one can read it between the lines, because as you know, the GCM has 28 objectives, or 22, 23, instead of the 4 that the GCR has. So, and many of these objectives are technical, and if you want, in inverted commas, easy, but many of these objectives are political and aspirational, and we know they will take a very long time to materialize, hoping they will materialize. So one objective is exchange better data and create more data facilities. Yes, easy. And the other objective is create more legal channels. So totally different. So, and I'm afraid that in the global compacts, we still see this hard and fast distinction between sending and origin and destination countries. And I think this doesn't fully correspond with the reality now, because I would invite you to reflect while I'm talking, if you know of any country that is only an origin country or only a destination country, because I think most countries are origin, destination, and transit at the same time for different types of migrants. Well, think of Greece. I think Greece is a destination for many, it's a transit for others, and it's also an origin country for people leaving, both Greeks and first or second generation migrants. Let me, however, proceed, because I'm also conscious of time. Following from my critique in the global compacts, I think we need to deconstruct a little bit the narrative of migration governance and really be aware that this is a complex and very uncertain area of policy, and we should not expect that it can be really controlled and managed in a watertight way, because I'm afraid that what we see in the media and in the political discourse of many governments is a view that migration, so if we're not managing tidally migration, the thing is we haven't done our work properly because we can manage it. And I think this is a fallacy, because migration is so multifaceted and so complex that what you can do is accept the uncertainty, accept that there are things that you don't know, accept that you cannot forecast. Whenever we have tried to forecast flows, we got it wrong. Again, many of you are probably a little too young to remember, but remember 2004 and 2007 and the enlargement of the EU and the efforts to calculate what would be the internal migration within the EU once the EU was enlarged and everybody was an EU citizen, and they got it just totally wrong. And this was neither the first nor the last time. So And I think what we find in particularly in both the media and the political discourse around global governance is the idea that the compacts bring in a lot of technocratic expertise. We have mobilized now the whole UN network of migration. Of course, it includes also civil society, not just governments and experts, but we can solve the issue. It's just a technical issue. And I think we know, and we shouldn't forget, that there is no single public interest about migration. Our interests on migration and even on asylum are very different depending on our socioeconomic position. So if someone is perhaps low-skilled and filling in competition with newcomers, that's one position. If you're employing newcomers, it's another position. If you're a family and you're looking for a care worker and you cannot find it, or an employer who's looking for a worker in construction, in agriculture, but also in IT engineering or in sales, you have a different interest. And if you work for an NGO, again, your view is different. And if you're part of the police or the border guards, so I think it is important to recognize these different positions that we have, and that we need to acknowledge these different positions and to acknowledge the tensions that exist, both within a country, but also, if you want, within a region, such as the European Union. And going forward from that, I want to say that we need to decenter our perspectives, taking into account also how the world is becoming increasingly less West-centric. I think I touched on some of these issues that I referred to in these slides also earlier, but I want to emphasize how important they are, because sometimes, again, I find that migration and asylum studies tend to be closed into their own both legal and socio-political context, and we forget the wider context. I already mentioned the implosion of communism. I think I didn't mention, however, the emergence of new power centers, both economic and political power. We know we can no longer ignore China, India, but also Brazil. Russia is coming back into play. We know that now the G7 has less importance than it used to have. And even if you look at the composition of the G7, you're thinking these people, these countries live in a different world, the world of 30, 40 years ago. The other thing is what we have seen, and is a very important development, and it's not happening only in the EU, is the emergence of regional mobility regimes. The EU, you know all about, I don't need to explain, but for instance, Mercosur, which includes most countries in Latin America, in South America, is another mobility regime which allows for people who are citizens of the different countries to move in between. And that has been used during the Venezuelan crisis and other crises that we tend to, of course, these days is overshadowed by Afghanistan, but is unfortunately ongoing, like the Syrian one. And as I said, in Mercosur, people can move and can take up work in another country, even though they don't have full citizenship rights like in the EU. And in West Africa, we have the ECOWAS, which is a similar system, which, however, is for the time being not so much fully implemented in this region. At the same time, I think what we have seen, again, until the pandemic, I'm not sure if we're going to see it now with the anti-vax movement, as we try to leave the pandemic behind, is this transnational civil society mobilizations and the strong emergence of a transnational civil society, which started mostly with the global financial crisis of the early 2010s. We've seen it in things like Gezi Park movement or the Arab Spring, and with citizen journalism, people, broadcasting through their phones, real time, what is happening in Gezi Park or what is happening in, can't remember the name of that, Cairo Square in Egypt. And also, let us not forget Fridays for the Future, which were very important in 2018 and 2019. And which have, again, all been overshadowed by the pandemic. So really, I think we need to take stock of all these developments and think of how these should inform our understanding, but also our practice of migration governance. So first of all, I want to argue about decentering migration governance in terms of country perspectives. As I already said, I think most countries experience emigration, immigration, and transit migration at the same time. But of course, we need to take into account the power asymmetries. So if we think of Italy, which is actually also my second home country, I've lived in Italy for over 10 years. And I feel I know the country intimately. And so Italy experiences a significant brain drain. There's a lot of people who are moving out of Italy, professionals or also researchers, for a number of reasons that I'm afraid are similar to those of Greece. And usually they go to other EU countries. Some of them might go to the US or to Australia, or even the Middle East. Then Italy is an important destination country for asylum seekers and economic migrants from North Africa and West and East Africa. Italy has a significant Nigerian population, but also significant Filipino and Chinese population. And at the same time, for some of these migrants, it is a transit place. For instance, Eritreans that come to Italy via Libya, and with all that this entails, usually try to move forward and meet other Eritrean communities further north and west in Europe. I talked before about Bangladeshis or Afghans, which have been a similar case where some have stayed and others have moved. Now, a similar thing happens in Nigeria, although you might not think about it because we tend to think, oh, Nigeria is an origin country for Europe. Nigerians want to come to Europe or, for instance, North America. Yes, that is true. There is quite some migration or at least interest in migration from Nigeria to, say, Europe. But there is also very important migration within the West African region. And Nigeria is an economic powerhouse in the region, despite its socioeconomic problems and even political instability problems. So there's a lot of people, for instance, from Ghana that go to Nigeria to work, whether long-term or short-term. And some of them stay in Nigeria, some go back, some are traders, and some, of course, might try to go further up north to Morocco and cross to Spain. So what is different, however, in the global context is that Italy is seen as a first world country, and I use this in inverted commas because and Nigeria is seen as a third world country. And when it comes to global negotiations, they sit at different sides of the table. But I think it is important to become more aware of the positions of Nigeria, the interests of Nigeria, and also become more sophisticated of what happens in Nigeria when the Nigerian government or policymakers try to negotiate, for instance, bilateral or international agreements. That there is recent very interesting research that shows, for instance, that their two different ministries have different priorities, and they have tensions within each other, that they have an internal electorate that they respond to, that they have regional interests, and for instance, stiffening their borders is very bad for the regional economic transactions, regional trade, and regional migration. And that also, for instance, diasporas play a role. So I think these are very important issues to keep in mind. Coming to decentering with locations and actors, I think it is important, and it has happened a bit more with the pandemic, to see the difference between cities and rural areas, both because cities are perhaps the first destinations of migrants of the largest number, because that's where employment opportunities are, because that's where communities are, and people, find places to stay and people to support them, particularly at the initial time of arrival. But at the same time, because, it's in cities where we see, multiculturalism happening and socio-cultural transformation happening. At the same time, rural areas have their own dynamics. We've seen how important migration is for agriculture, as I just said, at least in Europe and North America. These sectors are dependent on migrant labor. And I know that many of the workshops that happened during the last year were saying, oh, we need automation, we need, more technology. But I think alongside technology, we still need to populate our rural areas. and that we should not forget. And actually what we have seen oftentimes is that local to local migration, so from rural to rural areas, can work best. And I recommend on this, for instance, some recent work of my former colleague at the European University Institute in Florence, Michele Nori, who had looked at shepherds. Actually, he has worked also on Greece. He had looked at versus people from Morocco and Tunisia that were, herding livestock, and who found work in Sardinia, but also in Epirus. And last but not least, I want to speak about the need to decenter from the state to non-state and from national to the transnational. And there we've seen that there's been a lot of discussion about the role of NGOs. I know in Greece, NGOs have been very much discredited in the eyes of the public as, well, we have this, how can I say this, tendency to think, oh, people cannot do this for free or, out of their own values or, their own principles. There must be a big profit behind, and we just have to find where this profit is. But I think what we have seen is that there are a lot of people that can do it as a profession, but actually for not very high salaries, and they can do it because they believe in it. And we have seen also, particularly in Italy, the criminalization of, for instance, of search and rescue operations, which I hope will stop or will not be actually further strengthened within the new European Pact on Migration and Asylum. So, and we have seen the increasing role of international organizations. Think about IOM, and I don't know if any of you have worked already on IOM. IOM was born as mainly a management organization that would facilitate transcontinental migrations in the 60s and the 70s. And until the 80s and the 90s, it became a very small organization dealing mainly with trafficking and with, it kind of survived. And then in the last 10 years, IOM has a new life, and it became a UN organization. And it is really trying to put itself at a similar position like the UNHCR for asylum. So the international organization that by excellence deals with the issues of migration. And while IOM might have its own institutional interest to grow its business, I think we cannot disregard its important role. And if you want the rise of a whole elite of migrant experts and migrant professionals, which includes, and I think this is very positive, a lot of people from outside Europe and the US. I have had the privilege to work with a lot of IOM colleagues in places like, for instance, Thailand, Malaysia, Bangladesh, but also Panama, Mexico, Costa Rica, and to see the great work they're doing. So we need also to factor this in along with the private sector and the important amount of business that goes around migration, which includes higher education in particular, but also, of course, travel agencies, employment agencies, lawyers. In North America, migration lawyers is a whole branch, which helps people do their papers to migrate legally. So it is a whole sector, and of course money transfer businesses, Western Union and the like. So concluding my talk, I want to just say a couple of words about where we stand in this context in Europe and with the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum, and I know you'll be discussing this in coming sections. So I just want to throw in there some reflections about how much the new pact is doing the decentering or not doing it, and just to invite you to reflect. And if you want, we can have questions in the short Q&A about, for instance, the search and rescue by private vessels and the relocation of the disembarked persons, where the pact tries to do away with civil society and actually almost hints to what has been the discourse of many conservative political parties in Europe, that NGOs facilitate the role of smugglers. But I think it's also important to see the dangers, for instance, of militarization and the role that operations like UNAVFOR Med have taken. And for instance, how Italy has struck, you're probably aware of the accords that the Italian government in 2017, a center-left government, not the Salvini, not the Lega Nord government, had struck with the Libyan, with actually warlords in Libya, converting them into border guards. So I think it is important to think of these things. Then, for instance, when we're looking at the support of neighboring host countries, how do we do that? What is the role of Western Balkans, which I hope will become members of the EU sooner rather than later? What is the role of Turkey, a key country in the region with confronting huge challenges? And regardless of the tensions that could exist between Greece and Turkey, I want to emphasize that what Turkey has done with the Syrians is still admirable. And despite the problems, we know there's child labor, there's exploitation, there's been a lot of issues. Turkey is probably the #1 country by number of asylum seekers hosted, a country that 10 years ago had no asylum seekers hosted. So, and then a reflection on what is the role of borders and how we can do better with the EU resettlement policy, and what is the role of partnerships. As you know, one important tool in the EU pact is the partnerships with origin and transit countries. And I think there's a lot to be discussed there on whether these are partnerships or whether somebody dictates and the other does, obeys, but also how they could be turned in partnerships in reflection of what I was saying, for instance, about what happens in Nigeria. And you can think, for instance, that countries like the Niger and Mali, that are among the poorest and the weakest in Africa, were quick to sign these partnerships, but a country like Nigeria is not signing the partnership because there's less to gain and more to lose. So these are issues, too, I think that we need to take into account going forward. And I would like to conclude my talk with that, inviting us all to reflect on where do we go from here and what will be the situation in 2030. I personally hope we're not going to have a pandemic anymore, neither a new one nor this one. But I also don't have the crystal ball in saying, will migration be very different, or will asylum be very different? And I would like to thank you for your patience and attention for this last 40 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I hope I can be heard now. Thank you very much, Anna. I think you talked about quite a long list of issues, which I'm sure will be discussed later on, from the fact that there are no mixed migrants, but there are mixed reasons for living, or persons whose obligation to live is temperated by the financial need. So that is also an issue that we can discuss tomorrow when we talk about asylum and how well asylum, the legal context of asylum that we have since 1951 is suitable to the current situation. You also talked about the fact that migration became more global, and at the same time it is very much a local or a sub-regional, if you want, issue. You also pointed out the contradiction between freedom of movement within specific regions and the increasing prohibition of movement beyond these regions, which contradicts the concept of freedom of movement, and we see that also within the EU. We have some 5 minutes, I would say, for questions or comments. So someone who would like to ask a question or to raise from within, or from Zoom, or from the meeting room, feel free to we have the technical capacity. There is someone who raised the hand, but I'm not sure I show it somewhere, but nobody. No comment?
I suppose I was too clear or too exhausted.
Wondering perhaps if you can, that's the main problem when we have such discussions, that someone has to give, has to do the start. I was wondering if you wanted to go into the mixed aspect of migration today, because European Union and the new pact, especially, which is a new pact on migration and asylum, but the emphasis is on asylum rather than on migration. And we see let's say the divergence between the Commission, who stresses the need for more freedom of legal migration, let's say, and on the other hand, the member states which tend to say reduce entries. But I was wondering, do you think that the possibility of a new refugee regime in Europe would be beneficial or would be negative to movement of populations? If we, I mean, the UNHCR, the Geneva Convention is relatively liberal. Most member states want to reduce not the rights that refugees, recognized refugees receive, but rather to make more and more difficult the concept of who is the definition of who is a refugee. There are lots of issues, for instance, the concept of safe country of asylum. There are efforts to reduce, how to put it, to reduce the content of the refugee determination status process. Would you think that this is a real danger? Would you think that this is, how do you consider that this is going to affect international movements, let's say?
Well, first of all, I think we need leadership in political discourse. First of all, I think we need leadership in political discourse. And again, I don't know how many of you were following at all Italian politics. For instance, I'll give an example, and we can criticize the former Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Renzi. At his time, back in 2013, 14, 15, he had shown that leadership in Italy implementing a wide search and rescue operation across the Mediterranean up to the Libyan coast, and him refusing to speak about money, but speaking about the principles and saying we cannot let people drown in the Mediterranean. And if you want, playing also the Christian card, we cannot turn our gaze to the other side when people are drowning. And also saying, we don't need Brussels to tell us what to do. We're going to do it because we are Italians and we believe in it. So what I want to say with this is, I think we need the political discourse that is principled. And I'm afraid that this is what I don't see right now in Greece and in many other countries, because asylum is a human right. And we have used it in the past in different countries. In Greece, not such a distant past. And I think it is a fundamental, how can I say, pillar of the international system. That's why we live in a civilized world. We don't live in a jungle. So that is one thing. Second thing is, I think the Geneva Convention is too old a document by now. It reflects a different world order. I think we have covered quite a lot of space in generally, and in Europe in particular, with the subsidiary status, which recognizes, and I want to tell you something else also, that surely the lawyers in the room know, that the Cartagena Convention for Human Rights in Latin America and the African Union Convention for Human Rights, which was voted, they were both voted in the 80s in the respective continents. They foresee that, what we call in Europe subsidiary protection, so which is that when there is unrest, war, overall impossibility to live in a country, you have the right to move and you are an asylum seeker. So this idea beyond the Geneva Convention that I don't need to be personally persecuted, suffice that in my country there is this war, I have a right to seek international protection. I think what we have seen now in Europe, starting with the EU-Turkey statement and the Greek border, and it's becoming a generalized principle, is this border regime. Now, I think this can be detrimental to the rights, but it could also become a good thing if it would lead to continuous system of resettlement. So you process people at the border, and then you resettle them. Well, some will say in Greece or Italy or Spain or which other first arrival country, but others will go elsewhere. And I always tend to say, because sometimes people say, oh, you see, the 2015 crisis, even Sweden closed its border. Yeah, Sweden closed its borders, but Sweden is a 6-7 million country, and it took 250,000 people. If for every 7 million EU citizens we had taken 250,000 people, then there wouldn't have been a problem. So same, Austria closed its borders, but it took 200,000 people. Germany took 1 million. So I think Greece did its share, even though with bad, still bad and deplorable conditions in the camps, particularly in the islands. Italy has done its share, but there's many other countries in the EU that have not done their share, and they should. So I think we can use this border processing in a positive way. Last thing, I think what we see, for instance, in the compacts right now, in the consultations that have been taking place after 2018, the emphasis is in basically helping neighboring countries bear the brunt of regional crisis, rather than opening up legal channels. When it comes to economic migration, I think the pandemic has also brought us to rethink that we don't, probably in Greece, the discourse is we don't need migrants, full stop. I think it's probably inaccurate. But generally in other countries, the discourse was we need the engineers, we don't need the agricultural workers, but that's not true. I think we need, Europe is an aging continent, and we need migrants across the board from lower to middle to high skills in different sectors. Perhaps we need more in the lower and middle skill than we need in the highly skilled sector. And I think what happens is we don't acknowledge this. So it happens, but it happens through the window, while it could happen through the door in much better regulated ways. A few years, I think it was 3 years ago at the end of 2018, with 2 colleagues, we had written an occasional paper for IOM and the government of Canada, that we were trying to look at what are the ways in which you can discourage, so identify populations at risk of emigrating illegally and, offer answers. And I think for me, for instance, one answer to be offered was the regional mobility regimes. We've seen in Europe that at the end of the day, nothing too terrible happens. So it works, and it probably pays better than very complex of, demand calculations that then you have to channel the offer, etc. And particularly in some geographies like Europe, it wouldn't work. I know, sometimes when I give some examples from Canada, people say, yes, Canada has 2 oceans and, and the North Pole as its three borders, and only the United States to the south. But I can say, yes, Canada has a very sophisticated system with many different categories because it is in that geographical position. But if you are in a more crowded space, I think you have to be more inventive.
Okay. Is there some last question? Thodoris, you have a very quick one.
Okay, thanks. First of all, I would like to thank you for your presentation. My question is, do you believe that we could use migration flows to solve the demographic problem in Europe? Your opinion?
Yeah, thank you, Valerie. I think it is. I mean, it's not the only thing that we should do, yes, but I think it's a very important part of rebalancing the demographic growth of Europe, because Europe, like Canada, unlike the United States, that has a much better demographic, how can I say, biological reproduction rate of its population. Europe has a very dire future ahead, particularly Central and Eastern Europe. Which the countries are being depopulated. There was recently, for instance, Moldova has lost 1/3 of its population. Bulgaria, the same, just to give some examples. So I think migration is an important part of it. It's not the only solution. And I think also that this is my view, that we cannot think that we can live in a world where we buy our cheap clothes and our cheap toys from global value chains, but then we live in, how can I say, closed borders in our own little worlds. We cannot think, and it's interesting that we watch movies from Netflix that are now they can be produced in Argentina, not just, Hollywood, or they can be produced in India, or we have video game friends that are in other countries, but at the same time, when it comes to migration, we close our territorial border and we live in our small town. It just won't happen. And I think the sooner the governments and the different parties speak this out, the better.
Thanks. Thank you.
Right. There is one last question. There must be a mic here. To the lady.
I would like to ask you something else. What about the religion issues? What about the Muslims that would like to come in Europe, and in larger amounts of them? And I have heard a lot that they think that in 20 or 30 years there will not be any demographical issue for them anymore, because there will be too many among us. So there will be no Christianity at all. So there are many issues about all these things that we have to consider, I think. So what is your opinion, living in a multicultural place like Canada? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, I want to say something. I used to say that when at the time I lived and worked in Greece in the late 2010s, and there was another Afghan crisis and people were coming, and I said, don't think that any Afghan or any other person wakes up in the morning and thinks it's an easy decision to leave their home and leave their country. So it's a very painful decision, even when it is taken for economic terms. And I have moved many times in my life, and while I chose to do it, it's not always easy. So, and there are costs involved, both emotional and financial and social, even for highly skilled migrants. So I think, and generally, for instance, people want to go to a country that is culturally similar to their own. So generally, for instance, Muslims prefer to go to Muslim majority countries. It's not that they want to come to a country where they will feel alien and they will feel stigmatized, and for instance, where they cannot practice some, traditions and customs that they want. So the discomfort is probably reciprocal. So I think we need, and I remember, I think it was in 2016 that a Greek NGO, Solidarity Now, had a very good campaign where they were showing it was about Syrians settling in Greece, and there was this middle-aged man who looked, he could look Syrian, he could look Greek, he could look Spanish. So, and he was saying, how will they be like? And, how will I face, so he was saying, what will they eat? Will I feel comfortable? How are we going to live together? and what are their habits, how do they treat their women, and do their children say bad words, and how is the school? And everyone thought it was a Greek middle-aged man thinking about the Syrians. And then it showed it was a Syrian middle-aged, a pater familia from Syria, who was having these worries, these concerns. So this is one thing. Second thing is, I think we shouldn't forget that there's millions, hundreds of millions of Muslims that live very peaceful lives, that Islam is a religion that largely preaches peace, like Christianity or like Judaism. I'm not an expert, I'm not a religion expert either in Christianity, but it's not that Islam preaches war and violence. So, and actually it should be easier for us within monotheistic religions that actually belong to the same tradition, because Christianity comes from Judaism and Islam comes from Christianity. To find, and among religious people, there can be more understanding. And I think we had seen this in past studies on Greece, where people said, oh, we should respect, the religious traditions and customs of newcomers, because we are religious too, and we know what this means. So perhaps it is more difficult for instance, a Danish or a Swedish person to understand the need of an Afghan or a Syrian or an Egyptian to practice than it is for a Greek. If we assume Greeks are more religious, for instance, than Swedes. So, and then another issue that I want to say, and of course, Canada is very different from not just Greece, European countries, because it is a young country, and it is a country where immigration is part of the national narrative. And in Greece, it's probably emigration that is part of our national narrative, not immigration, although maybe we need to reconsider our national narrative. So in Canada, for instance, there is a Greek Heritage Month, March. In schools, kids are taught to respect each other. They play the national anthem every day, believe it or not, and the kids are so diverse in their ethnic and religious backgrounds. And there is accommodation for religious ceremonies. The diaspora is very proud to have its own religious institutions, and the mayor of Toronto or the governor of the province will participate. MPs, members of parliament, will honor those occasions. And for instance, you have actually, interestingly, foreign languages are not part of so much of the school curriculum. The school teaches English and French, the two official languages, but unfortunately, in my view, they don't valorize the linguistic capital of the so many communities that live here. But the city offers courses. It's part of their community, what they call the community support. So it's part of supporting you to keep your culture of origin. So the city of Toronto offers courses, say, in Greek and in many other languages, alongside, for instance, the community or the churches offer. So I think there are many ways in which we can accommodate, and I don't see that as a friction. Actually, I always laugh because in Canada, this dimension of the diaspora, and I'm sure any one of you who has lived in the United States or Canada or Australia probably feels this, it's a parallel dimension. And sometimes if you ask a friend who is Greek Canadian, can you suggest a dentist? They will suggest a Greek Canadian dentist. And I say, oh, can you suggest a dentist in my neighborhood rather than a Greek Canadian like 10 kilometers away? But it is a parallel, level of social and political life that doesn't conflict with the fact that we are all citizens or permanent residents of the country, that we're interested in the country, and that for many things, actually, Canadians feel proud to be Canadians. It's not, and I think that is something, of course, I'm not saying, again, Greece is not Canada, different history, different reality, but there are a lot of things that we can learn from each other. So to answer your question, I don't think we're going to have a majority of Muslims, and particularly, I think we're often thinking fanatic practicing Muslims. Practicing Muslims are very normal people like anyone else, like practicing Christians or non-practicing or non-believers. And I think there are many ways in which in the public space we can accommodate. And again, sorry to be a little too long. I think it was 4 years ago, there was this very interesting exhibition in the Benaki Museum in Piraeus, which was called, it was Topi Latrias, you know, like places and ways of, how can I say, of religious, you know, expression. And it was looking into all the informal prayer rooms and religious festivities in Athens. And it was just incredible, the richness of this.
Right. Thanks a lot, Anna. Thank you very much for being with us, for replying to the questions. I think as responsible for the organization, we are behind schedule, but I think everything was very interesting, and I think we got a lot of input that we will be able to process later on. So thanks again to Professor Triantafyllidou, and I hope you can go and get your coffee now, or you can continue following us, up to you. I will move directly.
Thank you very much
to our first panel. As I said, the panels will be not real panels because of COVID. So we will have Professor Valeria Farjon first. I will move over there, and she will talk to you about the troubled waters where the EU is finding herself. You'll sit here.
Yeah,
so
you have to tell me how to put my PowerPoint on.
We have one small technical interruption, and we'll pass on. She will come out, don't worry.
I'm waiting for, I don't know, something under the table. But can they hear me or not?
Yes, they can.
So it's in the room, there's a problem.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. She came out. So,
you can start. Okay.
Professor Farjon is a professor of political sciences in the University of Florence. She still is a San Juanete holder as well. And she's been recently involved very much in migration, especially the relationship between Europe and Africa in migration matters. Her intervention will focus on European politics in relation to migration. I thank her for being here, and I give her the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. Compared to the previous presentation, which I really enjoyed, my presentation will be focused on Africa. I will focus on Africa. Why should I focus on Africa? Well, I think that we all realize that Africa is right in front of us, and it has always played an important role for Europe, but it will continue to play a crucial role in the future. So I think it is worth sort of focusing on our relations and what we're doing and what is the situation in Africa. Let me just briefly say that in my presentation, I will go ahead in 5 steps. The first step, and I will devote most of my intervention on this, is devoted to a better understanding of the structural problems that underpin migration and mobility from Africa. So I will focus on drivers and dynamics. So in particular, I will focus on conflicts, terrorist attacks, climate change that are extremely important for us to understand if we want to understand what migration is about, especially from Africa. Second step will be what are the real numbers? And this is interesting also with respect to the intervention just a few minutes ago about the invasion by the Muslims in Europe. Well, the real numbers are completely different. So I hope I can give you some input on the numbers that we should be really considering. Third step, in the contradictory outcome of the strategies pursued by the EU up until now. So focusing on the policies that Europe has been and the EU.
Go ahead, I interrupt you because we have to do a share screen of the... Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so I will focus, I will provide some information on the, as I said, the contradictory outcomes of the policies that have been pursued by the EU with respect to Africa. Hopefully, point 4 and 5, the current limits of EU external action and some words on the way forward. Let me say immediately that I'm not a specialist on migration. So why is it that I was invited? I had spent practically all of my life on social policies, comparative social policy. And over the last 10 years, I've been focusing on EU development cooperation with Africa. So focusing on the external dimension of EU policies. And the point, what I want to start with, where I want to start from is precisely that there is a mismatch between what is actually happening on the ground and the narrative, the discourse that we have in Europe about migration. And let me see how I'm supposed to do this. No. How am I supposed to do this? It's better from here.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, if I go, okay. My first point is, we are concentrated on the finger, not on the moon. This is the bottom line that I would like to try and explain. What happens, in fact, is that I'm quoting now, and I will be using many official EU documents, because actually in some EU documents, you do find good arguments about how we should be handling the issue, but it is completely different from what in fact is then carried out. In one of these documents, which focuses on mobility and migration in sub-Saharan Africa, you can read the following: demographics and other material dynamics have been less important than media representation and political framing in shaping Europe's response to sub-Saharan African migration. Political leaders have exploited fears of globalization and cultural threats, unemployment and inequality, to position themselves in the political mainstream with xenophobic and racist ideas that would have been shunned a decade ago. So this you can read in an official document published by ESPAS. And the result is what you read here, this quotation that I have on the slide: European attention to African mobility has generated a crisis framing that demands almost immediate action, while, and this is my point, while obscuring a broader understanding of what is driving African migration and who, how, and where Africans are moving to. So the point is that there is this gap, this mismatch between a good understanding of what is actually happening on the ground and the way in which we perceive the phenomenon. Where do we start from? I think from the political landscape in Africa. We should keep in mind this map, I think, is revealing, tells us a lot of things. In what sense? As you can see, the green is democracy, democratic political systems, a minority. Where do you have democracy in Africa? Or even not really fully democratic systems, partly democratic because they have elections, but at the end of the day, whoever wins the elections tries to stay in power, irrespective of the fact that, you know, the term of office is over. So as you can see here, very few countries can be considered democratic. It's South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, then you can consider Ghana, maybe Senegal, Kenya, but the majority, as you can see, are either semi-authoritarian or autocratic. Not only, why should we be interested in this? Now, not only is there an issue about the fact that democracy is really in very few places and that most countries are run by autocratic leaders, but also, as you see, the oblique lines are both on the You can find them in the green, in countries that with a green shade, and in countries with that orange shade, which means if you have those oblique lines, that means that there is a conflict going on. And as you can see, in a large number of countries, there are conflicts that are going on. And you can find this in autocratic and in democratic, and also in partly democratic countries such as Niger or Nigeria. So why do I say we need to start from here? Because what I want to, the point I want to make is that in fact, the citizens the people living in Africa live in political systems where their needs are not taken care of. Not only are we talking about human rights, but even basic needs, education, healthcare. So why do we need to focus on this in a course in a summer school on migration? Simply because this is a wonderful territory. It's a fertile ground for terrorism. Why, if you're not happy, if the only answers that you get from your own government is repression and it's support for very restricted political elites and almost no economic opportunities for the large majority of citizens, this means opening the arms to terrorism. Why? Because terrorism, it couldn't be worse than it is. So why not, let's give it a try. The terrorists are telling us that they can sort of help us in a better way. So now I come to, because this is crucial in understanding something has happened.
No, go ahead. Don't worry.
Yes, but I don't see the right. No, I see something.
Yeah,
sorry.
There was an issue with the presentations in Zoom, but continue.
Yes, but I'm pressing and I'm not going forward. Page down and I'm going. Sorry. Because I need my maps. It's all maps. We see it now, but this is the first one.
You were here, right?
No, I'm up here. I have all the, no, further up. Okay, the next one. Okay, but how do I, okay.
Yeah, now it's working.
I don't know what happened. Okay, so my problem is terrorist attacks in the world. As you see, a great increase, especially after 2011, and this is particularly the case for Africa. Please do not forget that we had what happened in Libya, and the fact that all of the arms from Libya practically were dispersed in the countries nearby. So as you can see here in Africa, the number of attacks increases and the number of deaths, especially it goes up after 2011, okay? Now, this map of the world shows you where is it that terrorist attacks have taken place. And as you can see, a very large number of these attacks have taken place. We know it in Europe, but especially in Africa and in the Middle East. So these are the areas. We think, you know, the large majority of the people think, okay, ISIS was, we've got over the problem of ISIS. Not at all. We have a big problem in all of Northern Africa. And we can't forget about this. It's not just an issue. It's not just the terrorists, because what the specialists are telling us, like for instance, studies by Daniela Herrera, it's the mix between terrorism and criminality and criminal groups. So the two are getting together. But they're also offering, this is the point, local population opportunities for economic survival. So they're sharing, you know, they're providing even economic benefits in the areas where they get hold of, and it's areas where the state is no longer able to control the situation. But as I said, the state, unfortunately, is not, the face of the state is not a kind face. Usually it's a repressive face. So the terrorists are not that much worse than their own state. This is, I'm being very blunt in what I'm telling you, but that's to get the message through. Why is it that you have such a situation? As you can see here, Middle East and North Africa, 40% of terrorist attacks have taken place in the Middle East and North Africa. And this obviously concerns us, because if you have terrorist attacks, and what will you have? You will have people that are trying to run away from the situation. As next slide here, just to give you, what are the most important terrorist groups? Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, others, but I don't want to go into this. My point and my message is if we're talking about migration, we need to consider what are the drivers, what are the problems underpinning also such situations. Now here, it tells you what are the ongoing conflicts. We need to consider what are these conflicts. There's a quick mention up there, Yemeni civil war since July 2014, the second Libyan civil war since May 2014, the Sinai insurgency in Egypt, but especially this, we've been talking about that Syrian civil war, but especially Sahel war, the Sahel war. We will see some figures about this situation, which concerns especially three countries, and that's Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Sub-Saharan Africa is the other 20%. So we've got 60% of attacks, of terrorist attacks in the Middle East and in Sub-Saharan Africa. So we can't sort of ignore this. This is crucial. And if you look at in Sub-Saharan countries, in Sub-Sahara, what are the deadliest terrorist groups? Boko Haram. Where did I take these figures? I took them from Fondation l'Innovation Politique, Islamist Terrorist Attacks in the World, 1979, 2019. So the numbers I'm giving you is not just about the last year or the last 2-3 years. This is something that's been going on for a long time. The situation has got worse, but I mean, I'm talking about a structural trend that we need to consider, okay? So in particular, it's Boko Haram that we should be worried about. Look at the countries that have been hit by Boko Haram. Obviously, Nigeria, we know about that, with over 2,000 attacks, but also Cameroon, Niger, Chad, the countries nearby. And here, ongoing conflicts, the Sahel war that I mentioned, this is, unfortunately, the Sahel war, the situation that if you look at the map, the real big problem is between Niger, Mali, Nigeria. That's the area, but you can see it anyhow. That's the area where the big problems are. But as you can see, there's a lot of green on this map. And green means number of attacks. So a large part of Africa is hit by these terrorist attacks. And I have explained that the local population suffers from these attacks, but it also has some opportunities out of it that we should not forget. Because if you don't know how to survive, and the smugglers that are getting the people through coming over to the Mediterranean are going to let you have some part of your gains, this is a way of surviving. The state is not taking care of you. So at this point, there's a void, there's an empty space that is easily filled by the terrorists. I'm running through because I want to come to the point, why is it that I'm telling you all of these nice things? Because this is not a nice presentation in terms of the message that I'm giving, but we can't just rely on the sort of arguments, superficial arguments. We need to understand why is it that things are happening and what is the size, displaced persons. This I would like you to consider, especially, when we in our media in Europe, we see the invasion, the mobility, migration, we're going to be invaded. Now, the figures are completely different. If you look at, for instance, this African countries generating largest share of forcibly displaced. I'm going to slow down because I think I'm speaking too quick. The largest number of displaced people is in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we're talking about 6 million people. Please compare the figure, 6 million, with 35,000 people that have been reported by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Italian Minister of Internal Affairs, between January and now, July, end of August of this year, 35,000 people arrived in Italy. Now here we're talking instead of completely different figures, millions of people displaced in Africa. So the large majority, in fact, of the people that are forcibly displaced are actually moving to a nearby country. I just want to mention that the country which has the highest percentage of forcibly displaced people is the Central African Republic, where, can you imagine, out of 4,800,000 people living in the country, as many as 1,300,000 are displaced, which means that because of internal conflicts, they're moving elsewhere, but inside the same country. South Sudan is also another country which is in a desperate situation, with 3,900,000 forcibly displaced out of a total population of 11 million. So here, what you see in this map is actually there is a ratio between displaced people and the total population. This is the information you get here. So in some other countries, for instance, the relation, like even in Burkina Faso, 20 million population, 1 million displaced. So that there's a very large difference in the impact of displaced people with respect to total population. But the next map tells you something else. African countries generating the largest share. What are the countries that are generating the largest share? But this also tells you, if you look at the pies, that most of the people, if you look at, are conflict IDPs, internally displaced because of conflicts, but internally displaced, okay? Only with the mauve is instead refugees and asylum seekers. So what are the countries that are generating, what are the countries that are generating the highest number of refugees and asylum seekers? As you can see, it's South Sudan, and we shouldn't be so surprised because of 20 years of war with Sudan. The other country is the Central African Republic. And also you see practically all of the displaced people, all of the forcibly displaced from Eritrea and Burundi are actually refugees and asylum seekers. You should know that in Eritrea, there's life military service. So a lot of young people want to leave the country because otherwise they would be forced to be in the armed forces for their entire life. And why Burundi? Because Burundi is nearby Rwanda, and it's the same problem with Tutsi and the others. Sorry, I can't. Hutu, sorry, yes. So, but my point is that in general, it's mostly the internally displaced, and we're talking of millions, not thousands. That is what is coming over to Europe. It's tens of thousands compared to millions that are actually displaced in Africa. Here you see what are the countries, and you see the distinction between IDPs and refugees. The only country where really you see for is South Sudan, where the number of refugees is higher than the number of IDPs. Because we also need to consider there's a difference between IDPs and refugees and asylum seekers. In the Central African Republic, you see the figures are more or less the same: 600,000 IDPs, 600,000 refugees. Where do these people from South Sudan? As you see, you have 2,200,000 refugees fleeing away from South Sudan. Where the hell are they going to? This is interesting because you find they're not coming to us. Just to make the numbers right. There's 2,200,000, and here you see the host countries. Who's hosting the South Sudanese that are fleeing? There's an issue there because there's ethnic conflict between the Arabs and the Black. There's incompatibility, if you want to put it that way. Uganda is taking 880,000 people from South Sudan. Sudan is taking another 800 because they are the ones from South Sudan that are going north because they're different ethnically from the one in South Sudan, and they're basically the Arab and Muslim. Then you have Ethiopia, another 340,000. The Democratic Republic of Congo, 88,000, 122,000 in Kenya, and another 19,000 in Egypt. They're not coming to Europe. So they're refugees, but they're in Africa and they're being taken care by other countries. But is it just an issue about conflict? Unfortunately now, not only do we have, but the basic, let's remember that the basic issue in Africa is conflict. So that's what we have to address, the issue of conflict, of the conflicts that are going on in Africa, and of the way in which political systems are handling the living conditions of the people that live in Africa. But unfortunately, now there's even climate change, disasters. The blue here is environmental disaster. There can be floods, there can be desertification. But as you see here, the orange is conflict and the blue is instead environmental disasters. Environmental disasters, as you can see from the pies, is especially a big problem in Asia, in South Asia. It's becoming a big problem in Africa, but in Africa, the major problem remains conflicts as driver of forced mobility. Okay, but recently, unfortunately, especially in Ethiopia, we have had, in South Sudan, are starting to have even these problems. As you see here, the evolution in terms of drivers, you see new displacement by conflict, violence, and disaster in the Middle East and North Africa. This is for North Africa. And as you can see, it's definitely conflict that causes displacement. Environmental issues, environmental disasters are still a minor issue. But unfortunately, this is Sub-Saharan Africa. You see the blue bars. There are more blue bars, and they're increasing. Especially look at 2016, 1,100,000 displaced because of the environmental issues. And then the next year, 2017, is 2.6 million, and again 2.6 million in 2018, 3.4 million in 2019, and 4.3 in 2020. So even climate change is becoming an issue in Africa as a cause, as a driver of forced displacement. This I've already explained. As you can see, disasters are still a minor issue, but they're becoming increasingly important. Now, what do we, if we look at some of the, and I think it is useful to read these documents produced by ESPAS. What is ESPAS? It's an interinstitutional think tank, which means that, why interinstitutional? Because it is for the Parliament, the European Parliament, the Council of the EU, and the EU Commission. And what ESPAS stands for, European Strategy and Policy Analysis System. Very often these papers tend to be a little too optimistic, especially on the role and capacity of the EU to solve its problems, but still they provide you with a lot of consideration and elements that can be useful. And as you see the title, Foresight Reflection, which means we have to look ahead and we have to try and think what will happen over the next years and how should we handle these problems. This is one that I encourage you to read, The Future of Mobility and Migration Within and from Sub-Saharan Africa. I have taken many of the quotations that I have here are from this particular document. Now, although this is an interinstitutional think tank, they are very cautious about saying that the views expressed in the document do not reflect the official position of the institutions, which means that the institutions are actually promoting these studies, and then they say, who cares? Just to put it bluntly. Now, in these documents, for instance, what you see, but this you know very well, that there is a major increase. The only continent where population will dramatically increase over the next decades is Africa. That's the only place. So we're going to get we're not going to get a percentage increase with respect to the migrants with respect to the total population of those countries. But the fact that the population is growing produces an increase in the absolute numbers of people that are willing to go elsewhere. Is this clear? So it's the projections, this is what the projections are telling us. And you can see the figures here. I don't want to go up to 2,100, that's so far away. But as you can see, Africa, but this will be available, I will leave it, so don't worry. Compared to the population now, which is 1,186,000 in 80 years' time, it is expected that the population will be 4,300,000. So a major increase in population. And the next thing is it's young people, because the life expectancy is completely different in Africa compared to Europe. I'm quoting here, I'm putting here something from World Population Prospects, which tells you in 2050, which will be the country #1 in terms of population? India, no longer China. Second place, China. Third, who's third? Nigeria. Then we'll have United States, Pakistan, that's a trouble, big trouble. Indonesia, Brazil, Ethiopia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Bangladesh, which means that among the first 10 countries that have the highest population, we have 3 African countries. Population size is actually important. We cannot ignore it. That's why the EU, for instance, if you have Belgium trying to negotiate with China, it's ridiculous. But if you have the EU and we're talking about 450 million people, then it makes a difference. So population size in negotiating tables is important. What is the next? Yes, here. Aging of the population. As you can see, Europe and all of North America, we will have a major aging of the population, a very strong increase in the elderly population, increase, including myself. I'm already on that side. The point is, look at Africa. No, Africa still doesn't have this problem. Africa is a young population. If we look now, this comes from I'm just mentioning here, Challenges and Choices for Europe. It's another document from ESPAS that I invite you to read. This tells you what will happen to Europe, various projections for the EU. Here it was EU 28, now it should be EU 27, in various possibilities, which means with high fertility, with medium fertility, but also with zero migration. This is the interesting part. The zero migration is the light gray, sorry. So if with zero migration, what we're going to see in the near future is a clear decline in total population. And to answer actually the question of one of the students online, I have this table here with zero-sum migration variant. It's not an updated calculation because unfortunately it was made some years ago, as you see, EU 25, but these are projections, so we can still consider that they have some value, but they provide you an interesting reflection on the size of the different age groups. What are we going to see? If you look at the index, which is probably what is easiest, if we look at the age group 0-14, it will go down from 100 in 2005 to 78 because we're not producing. It's your problem now. You are supposed to have babies, but many of you are not interested in having babies. So the fertility rate is going down and down, not only in Greece, but in all of the European countries, except maybe for Northern Europe. So young population going down. But I'm interested in the other two, especially the age group 15 to 64. That is the working age. So the problem is that we're going to have a major reduction, a decrease of working age population. Okay, so who's going to pay? Who's going to work and pay for the pension systems and healthcare? Because as you get old, you're going to use a lot of healthcare, and you need to pay for that. But we're going to have less people in working age. This is what I'm interested in. It goes down from 100 to 72. And in the age group over 65, instead you see the index number goes up from 100 to 160. So you have an enormous amount of elderly and a shrinking share of working age population. So if you're to be rational, you need either to make more babies or to kill the elderly. I think that in Europe, this is not a solution that we can propose, kill us all. Or else we need to have more migrants that are coming in. I mean, there are no other alternatives. These are the three alternatives. But apart from this, which is just a strictly demographic argument, I think I encourage you to reflect and consider this because it provides you with all the elements that one should consider in order to define the policies that the EU should be pursuing. You see, you have here significant predictable trends, sub-Saharan Africa population growth, and I've told you about that. Number two, EU aging population. This is the two things are predictable. The third one also, EU labor shortage, predictable. Climate change, I'm afraid it's there with us to stay. But you even have certain things that are uncertain, but that you need to consider, and that's the upper right quadrant. EU immigration and labor policy and electoral policy, critical answer, because you don't know how will immigration and labor policy, how will they develop over the next years, but we should factor in these elements. How would African governance develop? Will we continue to have enormous levels of inequality in sub-Saharan Africa and and the majority of political systems under autocratic rule, or will we gradually move towards democracies? And now you can say, well, it's their problem. How can we intervene? No, there is a possibility. This is my point. And it's the end. I won't go over all of these, but you can consider each of these elements when reflecting on what should the EU be doing with respect to the issue. Future prospects. All the indicators for the drivers of conflict are projected to grow. You clear? Climate change, inequality. Why inequality? Because if you have major, is there a problem? No. If you have major inequality, the people that are suffering will try to move elsewhere to have a better living. But there is something I need to qualify this, because otherwise there's a big misunderstanding. Youth bulges, repression, the unchecked spread of small arms, and the connectivity of non-state actors all mean that states that are already facing numerous internal challenges will probably face even more difficulties in the coming years. Valeria. I finished. I would argue then that the policies, the messages, the paradoxical outcome of current EU development cooperation policies. I won't read it, I will leave it for you. But the main message is that our policies are producing exactly the opposite result, and it's even in the official documents that you can read it. Ironically, current development investments intended to sedentarize would-be migrants or reduce fertility are only likely to intensify movements. So we're doing the opposite. Why? Because looking at the way in which we've been spending money in our development cooperation policies, we have been, for instance, using for a long time budget support, which actually means putting money into the pockets of the administration and you don't know where the money goes. So it's putting money in a bucket full of holes. What is it that I'm arguing for? And it's not just myself. I'm quoting here Lanati, a chapter by Venturini and Goldstein, that the two authors in this book that is coming out next week. The book, I have edited the book with Mahmoudou Gazibu. The title is Revisiting EU-Africa Relations in a Changing World, and the chapter on EU migration policies is written by my colleague, Professor Papageorgiou. What is written in this other chapter? Lanati and Thiel analyze the impact of aid on migration, depending on whether aid is allocated to production sectors. And this is what we've been doing, putting money. Now the buzzword at the EU level is blending finance. It's private investment. The point here is aid has a negative impact on migration, which means the more aid, the less migration, but only in the case of social infrastructure, namely education and health, the impact is significant and also determines long-term growth effects. What do I mean? That the area in which we should be investing is, for instance, healthcare, which means that we would be improving the living conditions of the people and making it less easy for the terrorists to gain the support of local population. So instead of throwing away the money, and we are big donors, we're using a lot of money, but we're actually dispersing our money. So my suggestion, my suggestion would be to invest in healthcare in particular, because it would be a European brand, and not simply talk about vaccines, because if you send the vaccines and there's nobody there that is able to actually take care of vaccination, what do you send the vaccines there for? If I'm not mistaken, Congo sent back something like 13 million doses because they would have expired before they could be injected. So the crucial thing is not the vaccines, but it's rather putting straight the health systems across these countries and improving living conditions, and not supporting actually policies that support autocratic governments, irrespective of what these governments are doing to local population. I think I have to stop here. But I think you see why somebody dealing with development cooperation can come and speak on migration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry I have been pushing you, but we are behind schedule, and I apologize. I think I can be heard. I apologize to the next speakers. It is a very wide area of analysis that you've done. And in Greece, we don't look very much to Africa because the majority of arrivals come from Asia. But
this is not a summer school.
Exactly, but this is not, it's true, but Africa is the continent that is going to be the most important continent for Europe in the coming, in this century. So questions to Professor Fajon. Thank you very much for your intervention. From, let's turn off the PowerPoint so that we can see. Okay, is there anyone from, yeah, there are two persons inside. I don't see anyone from the, who was the first one? Yeah, hold on.
Nadia? My name is Gregory Miliadis. Thank you, Ms. Fajon, for this wonderful presentation. Maps are always very helpful to explain everything. Well, practical question. Would your suggestion be accepted by autocratic rulers? I mean, will it have effect on the ground, or will we just make the situation worse, them closing down? Because the way an autocratic government would accept it would be only in a specific way that would make their rule, solidify their rule. Would they accept it in the way you're proposing?
In your presentation, you listed a number of factors that drive conflict. Okay, let's say conflict at the international level. But we should deal. I haven't seen in the list migration as a factor, a reason for conflict. Okay, something that here in Europe we have to deal a lot with it. I was surprised yesterday, for example, for instance, yesterday in Greece, there was a relocation of 8 Afghans that they were cooperating with the Greek authorities in Afghanistan. And for 8 relocated Afghans that they were already supported by the Greek authorities, you could find hundreds of comments of people that fanatic comments of people complaining for 8 people that they were blowing your mind. What about how we should deal on, in Europe about the biggest maybe issue that we face that could produce conflict in this part of the world in the future? Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, there is a major complaint by African governments that EU development cooperation just reflects European interests. If you look at the priorities of the Commission EU-Africa strategy, written just a few months, it was just at the beginning of the pandemic, but they haven't really changed. In those priorities, what you see is number 1, you see the Green Deal. Do you think that this is the priority for Africa? This is the priority number 1 that Europe has imposed on Africa. Green Deal. Number two, digitalization. So what I'm telling you is that so far in the policies that have been pursued by the European Union in Africa, let's say the goals were basically goals that were decided by, and this is what they're complaining. The African governments have always been complaining that there is an imposition of these, of money is being given, but to do this, this, and this. So why not do something that at least will be helpful for the people at large? Because what even the European documents tell us is that by simply sending money to promote private investment, this will not really change the situation of large numbers of people. It will largely go in the hands of a very limited number of people. So it won't change the situation. My problem is reducing the possibility of having a fertile ground for terrorist movements. This is one of my points. So the point is, if you look at the position in Francophone Africa with respect to France, they hate France. Why do they hate France? Because their governments are always negotiating with l'Élysée, with Macron, and regardless of whatever is happening in their own country. So what I'm saying is that it would be strategically, so my argument is that it would be strategically more useful for Europe to change its policies. But I know that I'm talking just in the voice. It's like if I were talking to a wall. It makes no difference. But I'm just saying that in rational terms and looking at the elements, and especially at those four quadrants, the elements that should be taken into consideration, strategically, it would be more useful for Europe to change and not to just focus on secularizing the policies or trying to stop, in any case, very limited numbers of people compared to what is happening inside Africa. This is why I wanted to give you the figures. With respect to the second, but we could go on discussing this. With respect to the other issue, and that is conflict, well, it's the narrative. I mean, I decided not to focus on the European political discourse. Actually, I only quoted the beginning of why do we have this crisis framing of migration policies. This is largely, but this opens a new chapter. It's the populist discourse. It's the fact that there is no filter between internal and external policies. It's the internal dynamics that are now driving our external policies. And unfortunately, electoral dynamics and the rise of populist movements is against the interest of the EU at large. What I'm arguing is that then let's have another discussion about political dynamics inside each member state, because I'm not actually mad with the EU. I think the problem lies in the individual national political systems and the fact that they're not looking forward. How are we going to approach the future? If we're so divided? We have China, we have the United States, we have and India will be a big player in the near future. And do we think that we can deal with this with the populist arguments, with fighting inside us? It's like, we're fighting among us, and it makes no sense because we need to stick together because the challenges are big challenges. But this would open a discussion on populism. Okay.
Thank you. We can discuss a lot about that as well in the working group that I chair. So I would like you there. So it will help me lead the discussion. Thank you very much. Sorry, we are being a little bit late, and apologies for that. We will move the coffee break later on. I know that the coffee break is the most important aspect of a meeting, but it will be there. It will be a bit later on. I want to invite now a colleague, a very good friend, Professor Apostolos Papadopoulos. He is a geographer, an economist, and a sociologist at the same time, so he's he's here with many capacities, many respects. He's going to give us a more, I don't know how to put it, a more economic approach or a more geographic economic approach to migration, on migration inequality and inequalities through the lens of the socio-spatial approach. And Professor Papadopoulos is a professor in the University of Harokopio, University of Athens. He's also the director of the National Center of national research. What's English?
National Center of Social Research.
National Social Research. Yes, Center of Social Research. And without further ado, I thank him for coming here. He came for a day only. He's living in a sort of, we are starting our own post-pandemic traveling. So he's going abroad on Sunday, but he politely accepted to come to us today. I thank him and I give him the floor. Apostle, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I greatly appreciate the invitation because I had the chance to attend the very interesting presentations and also to see that there is an interaction with students, which is the most the thing we all are after all. So my presentation is based on a research project I'm working for the last 3 years and a half, having to do with, it's called Imagine, as you see at the bottom of the slide. It's called Imagine, and it has to do with territorial inequalities across Europe and also to addressing the issue of spatial justice. So issues which are very important and at the same time hidden behind the policy discourses. So my own, I will start with a word, a Greek word called metamorphosis, which means actually transformation. And it makes perfect sense under the current circumstances, because of the migration crisis, because of the climate change, because of COVID-19. And this is a word that was coined by Beck just before he died. And the book is called Metamorphosis of the World. And why this book is important, because it points out to the important issues. One issue is that there is a change, there is a new framing of social issues at a transnational level. So all issues or social issues now are not at national level, but also at transnational level. And the discussions, the second of his points is that the practice and acting has to do with the global, at the global level. It's not, it might be regional, it might be local, but also taking place at the global level. And these are important points to keep in mind, to bear in mind in this discussion. And we have, of course, to address the issue of international migration, in which I include also the discussion about refugees, okay? And the international migration is at the center of global discussions. It has seized the attention of both academics and policymakers. And policymakers are obviously stronger than academics to determine the discussion and determine the narrative, but also academics have their points. And in the current situation of Afghan crisis, I would say that it proves the point that international migration is always a high issue. And I will also mention one point made by liberal academics like Bhagwati, who said that there is a paradoxical situation, that the ability to control migration has shrunk as the desire to do so has increased. So this is a contradiction in terms, and also other paradoxical issues will be pointed out during my presentation. So what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about how migration is linked to inequalities, both socioeconomic and spatial. We shouldn't forget spatial. Spatial has to do with space, with geography, and spatial is always a component of socioeconomics. It's not something which is external to socioeconomics, so that's why geography matters. And it signifies the existence of inequalities. Migration signifies the existence of inequality. So it is a double, it's a causal link. It points both ways. There is an interaction of both migration and inequalities, but also we could see migration as a result and as a signifier of inequalities at the same time. So it's a reinforcing phenomenon. And I'm not saying whether wages, income, labor market opportunities are more important than lifestyles. So all of them are taken together, taken as a whole. So migration takes place in view of existing inequalities and has various impacts in all kinds of countries, receiving, transit, and sending regions. And I'm speaking mostly about regions rather than countries. So I will shift the discussion to regions rather than countries. And following migrants and migrant groups in placement in the receiving societies, we should keep in mind that migrants themselves, they are not the cause, but they trigger off inequalities by their existence. They're not themselves outside the society and economy, they are part of that. So we couldn't think that they don't trigger off inequalities. Another point I would like to make before going more deeply into the discussion of the interactions between inequality and migration is that most academics believe that there are only very small negative effects of migration on receiving societies, and most of the effects of immigrants in the receiving societies are positive, and they become more positive in the long term. So this is a mantra of the economists who deal with the impact, the economic impact of migration across the globe. It's not a subjective issue. It's like measuring indicators. But against that view, the public believes that the existence of migrants has a negative effect in their societies. Why is that? Because there is what Feist mentions, and a kind of incommensurability between costs and benefits. The benefits are collected by the market, whereas the costs are borne by the wider society in terms of education, health, and these worlds are not easily. They don't communicate very closely because they are intermediated by the state. So there is a gap there. There are collective costs and private benefits of migration in terms of the economics. So people are not always there. They're not always conscious of the benefits of migration, and they are, and sometimes one may excuse them for not being aware. So somebody has to let them know about what is going on. So the role of the academia and the NGOs and the states is important in letting people know. So going now deeply into the discussion on migration and socioeconomic inequalities, an important discussion is that there are different forms of migration. We all know that: skilled, low skilled, or unskilled, or forced migration, different variants of migration. And migration occurs at different levels, different contexts: social, cultural, economic. And also there is a mutual causality between migration and inequality across space and both within and between regions. So there are different dimensions in this equation. They are not, it's not an easy issue to depict migration and its impact in general, only in specific places, in specific regions, under specific circumstances, and in specific time periods. So I'm posing that because we have to be very conscious of the discussion and not generalize that easily. Generalization is not always, does not always bear the truth of what is going on. So, and we also should bear in mind the scale and the impact, which is also important. So the relevant literature, economic literature, migration literature, it says that, at least an important current of that literature says that the relative deprivation of individuals and their households in their countries of origin increases migration towards other countries. The more poor they are, the relative deprivation triggers off a process of migration. But this process of migration is important because people make social comparisons. They compare what with what is going on in other countries. And I'm not constricting the discussion in terms of economics. Also, welfare is important. Lifestyle is important. Well-being are important, which are multifactorial issues. They are not addressing only the economic issues. So what people compare is not easy. We have to go to do that to understand that by doing research and by doing mostly qualitative research rather than quantitative research. So there is this old migration truism expressed by Russell King, who says that people will always want to migrate to improve their lives and their families' livelihoods, while continuing global and individual inequality will continue to serve as a key push factor with driving migration and all the desire to migrate. This, of course, does not explain the mechanisms of how people and why people migrate. And if we want to deal with the mechanism, to address the mechanisms, we have to search more. And now there is a discussion taking place on migrants' aspirations. And I'm mentioning that because aspirations may be a prerequisite, it's not the enabling factor, but is a factor which plays an important role when someone wants to understand how migration process takes place. So aspiration is one of the factors, and it's very important. And also the resources of the people is another factor. This is the enabling factor, and there are networks. So, but the important thing is that aspirations may be a prerequisite for migration, but also a consequence of migration. That's why people migrate from country to country, changing their aspirations or improving their aspirations, like refugees, secondary movements of refugees. So it's not only about economic migrants, the discussion. So some 20 years ago, the Danish government commissioned a report to a group of economists, and they came up with this fancy term nexus, migration development nexus, which is very important, very interesting. And this nexus is to show that there is any linkage between development and migration. And this linkage, if we saw at these linkages in the historical perspective, we will understand that different time periods, there were different issues behind this nexus. For example, in the 50s and 60s, the focus goes on remittances and return migration. In the 70s and 80s, it was about underdevelopment and migration, alleviating poverty and also brain drain. So we passed from an optimist reading of this nexus to a pessimist. And now in the 90s, it became again optimist by looking at the circular migration and the benefits that the circular migration bears for the receiving countries, and also possibly for the future benefits of the sending countries. So win-win situations, which do not exist. So the dominant view is that migration is seen as a tool which needs to be used properly if it is to spread and or promote developmental effects. So this is kind of an instrumentalist view of migration, that it enables my development, and which is a very important argument, in fact. So migration is considered a solution. So I am not of those people who say that it's not a solution, but it's not the solution. It may not be the solution. So there is a paradox. So a lot of paradox. I warned at the beginning that there are many paradoxes surrounding the discussion on migration. There is a paradox of development-driven migration, which should be seen as falsifying the narratives that cast development as a solution for perceived migration problems. So we should look more at the social transformations, along with the socioeconomic and political realities linked to migration, not decontextualize migration, but contextualize migration, and see also migration and development as co-constitutive aspects of social reality. So it's a co-constitutive factor, migration of development. It's not the constitutive factor. So the contribution, and then I add to the discussion the issue that there is a need to shift the discussion from migration and be informed by the mobilities approach, which is a very interesting approach because it makes us more conscious of the fact that mobility and socioeconomic inequalities are closely interwoven, and also think that mobility happens in space, so it connects different places and spaces and regions. So mobility cannot happen without the spatial aspect and without the places. So and this is a very important discussion. I'm not going to be very detailed on that because it's a long discussion, a very interesting criticism also. But for me, mobility can be considered as a complex assemblance of movement, social imaginaries, and experience, which informs actually our discussion about migration. And of course, when we speak about mobility, we don't think that only people are mobile, but we relate these people who are mobile with immobility, with people being moored, or the moorings, and the dwelling, the stillness, the speed, the hybridity, the liquidity, all of these aspects together. So mobility doesn't happen, and it's not important because of its mobile. People are mobile, but in relation to the other. Having introduced to the discussion that mobility cannot be comprehended without considering the spatial and different spatials, scales, borders, and territories, we would say also that the imagined aspect of places and the territorial imaginaries are important components of mobilities. So it's not only physical space, but symbolic space and imaginary space, which triggers off people's understanding of what they want in their lives. So I've interviewed many times Syrian refugees, and all of them have their imaginary place somewhere in Germany or in Sweden or Netherlands, not further than that. And in the best cases, Canada. So these imaginaries are very important and very well constructed, and which play a very important role. So mobility can be seen as a strategy for bringing about justice across societies and space, and don't take this point at face value. It brings about justice, but in not the justice that somebody wants, but it brings justice based on how people feel about it. Mobilities are understood as an analytical lens and as a practice, and it makes us also understand that migration, the people who migrate, also are those people who negotiate, create, and enter into social locations and arrangements based on power relations. So people, when they migrate, they actually negotiate their position in spaces, in places. And I think that that's a very important aspect of the discussion, which raises the issue of socio-spatial justice, but not all on objective terms. It's not the state which decides what is just or not, because states have very specific territories, and they have a very specific power, which does not allow people to decide whether what they select or they go for is just for the countries or not. So the dynamics, there are complex dynamics created between situations of settlement and situations of mobility. And so this is the schema actually of the explanatory schema. Migrant aspirations are continuously reconstructed on the basis of resources and capabilities, social comparisons, and the migration process through the lens of the destination country, maybe different destination country each time. And on the other hand, adding into the discussion the issue of transnationality, we see that there are exchanges and simultaneity. People have positions in different countries at the same time, being transmigrants, and acknowledge also, or they are following, they're trying to achieve their well-being along with the well-being of the locals in receiving countries. So migrants are people with agency, no lesser agency than the locals, by negotiating their presence, becoming attached to places, and obtaining multiple belongings. So this global discussion I introduced at the beginning makes sense now. I think it makes better sense now. And I'm going to show you just some graphs, just to not to have a very monotonous presentation of conceptual, trying to build a conceptual framework, but also to show that if you look, this is the last IOM estimates for migration for migrants in terms of destination and the origin countries, and we see two different rings, colorful rings, and if we want to connect them, this is an interesting picture depicting the flows of international migrants between regions of origin and regions of destination, although this is a very crude illustration because people maybe move around very often. So this is a kind of snapshot. It's not the whole picture because people tend to move all the time. So it depends on when you took this snapshot. And this is an important thing that whereas Europe and the United States, Northern America at the very end, Europe still has a very big proportion of people moving, leaving countries of Europe and going to somewhere else in Europe. As you can see here, 2/3 of the people who are immigrants in Europe are moving within Europe, actually, not confirming what was the previous presentation saying, that a lot of Africans who are next door, they're not moving to Europe, they are moving within Africa. So it's important to have in mind that most of the European migration is intra-European migration. And this is an important thing. But also you can see the flows from the different regions of the world to Europe and Northern America. And another graph, asylum applications across Europe. This graph depicts the ebb and flow of asylum applications, if you allow me to use this metaphor. And you see the peak in the number of asylum applications in 2015 and 2016. Most of them went to Germany, as you see. This red or the peak is Germany. These are the 5 most important destinations of asylum applications in Europe. Still in 2020, Greece is the 4th. It's the only one that you see the actual numbers. It's gone down from 77,000 in 2019, the asylum applications, to 40,000, just over 40,000. But still, Greece is taking a very important share of the total number of asylum applications across Europe. And this is important, and you can see this evolution. And of course, Hungary and Sweden. Hungary just actually went to 0 in 2020 from 177,000 asylum applications in 2015. It went down to 155 asylum applications in 2020 by closing its the borders. Yeah, it's a very important thing. So these inequalities are important. And what is more important is the regional allocation of these. Yes, the regional allocation of these asylum applications. And you can see here the cumulative asylum applications for 10 years between 2008 to 2017. And you can see that these asylum applications are concentrated in specific regions in Europe, not only in countries, but also specific regions. And another one at a lower scale, not 2 level. So this illustrates that the issue of the burden, so to say, the burden of refugees and of asylum seekers and so on is spatialized. And that it's no wonder that specific places and spaces and regions across Europe, they raise their claims against them, or trying to protect against these flows. I'm not defending them. I'm just stating what is going on. And there's an ESPON study which came out last year, 2019, I think. And it's interesting to, if you want to have a look, it's called Migrare. It's the acronym of the study. And and here I'm mentioning some of the findings, which are very important. I'm just going to pick up 3 or 4 of them. It's 3 slides of those. So one important finding is that the pathways and distribution of refugees and asylum seekers across European territories varies depending on several factors, with different tactics adopted by incomers to reach their preferred destination over time. So there are different preferences. So all of them want to go to big cities, not to rural areas, to where they will find a lot of employment opportunities as they depicted in their minds. And this creates an antagonism and the problem with creating, of course, I take too many people in specific places. Another finding, it takes 2 to tango. Integration is a complex outcome with different challenges faced by European territories. And a third one, institutional impacts at the local level were largely deemed positive. Notably, institutional tensions have also emerged over time. So there was a need to implement new institutional frameworks for receiving these people and for making it possible for them to be educated, to be treated in the health sector and so on. But this took a lot of time, especially in countries like Greece, to adjust the system. And maybe it takes much longer. So having said that, I think that the main argument is that we need a territorial approach to migration as well, not only policy in terms of themes, different types of needs, but also territorial policy in addition to other aspects of migration policy. So this territorial approach to migration is needed because people compete with each other. Migrants compete with the lower classes in cities for cheaper housing. This is evident in cities like Athens, in Thessaloniki, or when this Estia program was about to implement. And it's to turn a blind eye what is happening is not to say that it's not happening. So we have to find ways of not creating more problems and create this populist movement to be enlarged. And I'm going to say one slide for the justice and then to the conclusion. So the challenge of integrating migrant population in receiving countries is considered a national matter by some, I would say, more conservative academics, rather than an issue of spatial justice. So on the basis of the recent literature, we have 3 currents, 3 streams of thinking. I don't know which is the most important, or the one that one is most fond of, but I would mention all of them. The liberal stream of thinking after Rawls regarding spatialized social justice aims at developing specific norms and indicators for measuring, monitoring, and promoting social justice in space, which is started long ago, of course, not in the current discussion. And so these specialized social welfare policies were launched in the 80s and 90s in the Western European countries. But it didn't go very far, but they still exist as a tradition. So the second is a more recent critical spatial thinking, which is based on the Marxist critique of capitalism, which theorizes spatial justice as an antithesis or remedy to systematic articulations of human suffering. And then the utopian thinking, people who say that we need to pursue better ways in terms of democracy, participation, equity, and diversity, to have them respected. And they introduce also the issue of commons into the discussion. So this spatial justice addresses inequalities in an increasingly complex, globalized setting. And despite the rising complexity it tries to capture, spatial justice also aims at comprehending and transcending the socio-spatial inequalities by pursuing transformative actions at various spatial levels. This is a kind of nightmare if one tries to find a socio-spatial solution, a just solution to everything. So you have this balance. So what is more, spatial justice is informed by two major understandings, and I think these are important. One is that spatial justice is a kind of normative aspect. Justice should be initiated, and that's the issue which is important, but also it is understood as an analytical framework which investigates the role of particular spatialities. Having said that, conclusions, okay? Reached at the end, at last. So we need to analyze the complexity and illustrate the complexity and asymmetry of migration and the refugee flows and mobilities across countries, regions, and localities, while also stressing that they don't produce the same results everywhere. So, so the solution to this equation is not always the same. The agency of migrants, and for me that's very important, plays a central role both in the development of thinking on migration and in shaping policy responses to people's movements. They are agents, they are not passive victims. Migrants and refugees have a significant level of choice over their preferred destination to move and over how they will react against overexploitation and maltreatment. They have done it many times up to now. They mobilize. The overconcentration is a problem. And the two aspects of migration and inequality, which is how inequalities shape migration, how migration results in inequalities, needs to be complemented by a third aspect, that of multi-scalar inequalities and issues related to justice. So at various levels, the interplay of institutions and social actors shape the inequalities resulting from migration, while also particular claims of justice are constructed as a result of actors' agency. So we need a more, and I'm finishing, this is the last thing I would like to point out, that we need a more elaborate system of analyzing injustices that will allow for integrating both material and moral claims, not only material, but also moral claims, which is also the issue of the liberal left and of the Marxist left, and which will be addressed institutionally at various spatial scales, minimizing contradictions. Thank you very much for your attention. And sorry for taking more time than I should.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Quite an interesting approach and quite a very an approach that shows how the various aspects of migration are linked with social policies more in general, that the migration is not a separate entity, it is an integral part of modern or not modern states. Questions to the speaker, Rafael? Hold on.
Okay. I would like to ask, after the recent migration and refugee crisis, many member states tried to approach migration through its territorial perspectives, applying dispersion mechanisms. They tried to approach it rationally, let's say. What do you think about the dispersion mechanisms through the lenses of spatial justice?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Very technical and, I mean, in depth. It's a layered question. So would an even allocation be possible? I mean, taking into consideration different diversities in the region, given that you did say that migrants negotiate their place. I mean, can you put them somewhere and that will help, or will it just change the next day? And will it help alleviate resistance with locals? Would it be possible to move people to places where they do not compete with locals? Thank you.
The question is concentration.
Yes. Okay, I'll try to, thank you.
Is concentration, because in Greek TV we've always seen photographs of Moria. It's always been Moria, Moria, Moria. Although we do have a lot of people in Kavala, for instance. I haven't seen a lot of the Athenian news mentioning Kavala. In Greek, Kavala news has mentioned, but there hasn't been so much upheaval and hasn't generated so much press or negative press.
Okay, I'll try to respond. It's not easy. Thank you for the questions. These are not issues which are not easily addressed because they are the policymakers don't actually want these issues to be addressed. They address the policy issues at a very general level, as spatial, and in terms of having an eye to the local population. They don't. In my understanding, especially for the last decades, I think a lot of migration policy measures were not implemented to address the problems per se of the migrants or of the asylum seekers, but also having an eye to what the public opinion will say and what the locals would say, especially after the rise of the Golden Dawn. So I think this was a tricky thing, which is introduced and a new situation for the Greek state and for the Greek governance. So I don't think there is a kind of technical approach to what is going on, and the issue of deconcentration is important in all countries, and it played a very important role. But unfortunately, in the Greek case, it wasn't achieved because there were not clear criteria for allocating people in regions. So I know that because one of my students worked, in my undergraduate students worked at that time, and I know it's not what I sense or what I understand from what is written. I know it from inside, and there were not clear criteria for allocating people in places and in camps. The most important was the availability by the army of specific areas to settle these people, and to be far from the locals. I think being far from the locals doesn't resolve the problem, because the locals, the further they are staying, the more they are afraid of what is going to happen. So I think this a mixed approach could be implemented, but then there should be more discussion and more to engage people at the local level on what is going on, not in the kind of NIMBY strategies, not in my backyard, which is very often the case. So this prevailed. This not in my backyard prevailed, like camps where, like the places where people were in a way encaged. So I would say that there wasn't any rational strategy to deconcentrate people. The only strategy in the Greek case that played an important role was the Estia program, which was kind of finding places and disperse them in the city. Again, not resolving the problem, but depending on the availability of housing of houses, and further than that, I don't think that the issue was only the housing, but also the integration, which follows housing. So in the Greek case, also housing was not supplemented by a true and important and interesting integration plan, they always pay lip service to integration. And in recent interactions with the Ministry of Migration and Migration Policy and Asylum, is that they would very much like to have this kind of integration, but all of the integration plans have failed in the Greek case. So we are in an impasse there, and in terms of policy making, an impasse, because there's not any kind of interaction between the central state and the local communities, the places where people could potentially settle. So as for other countries, there were examples, and I think there are examples, but I know that in many places across Europe, they always stay. I mean, in Italy, if I remember well, from the south of Italy, people were placed in peripheral areas, and then after 1 year, they just tried to move to the big cities. You probably know better, Rafael, but I suspect that the same is taking place in other countries. So there is a tendency for them to stay in bigger cities. And only when the local administration plays an important role for their allocation to places, and they provide the resources and they provide employment opportunities and the kind of setting for them to settle, only that in that case we have successful examples like in the Nordic countries. But only I haven't come across important examples, very, very specific examples in the Nordic countries, I would say. And a lot of money. I mean, the investment, and one of the points on the investment is that the investment is not returning. Yeah, and the problem is that maybe in the long term it's going to be returned, but in the short term, in the term of the project, 2 or 3 years, it's not returning. So these investments are more like infrastructural investments, which are not well received by the locals. You know, because I've worked for many years also in rural areas, the locals say why they're doing so many things about the migrants and refugees and not about ourselves. And when you ask them what's the problem you've got with the migrants, you see, we don't have a problem, but the same money could be invested otherwise. So there, I think the lack of the state and the campaigns and these interactions to let them know why this thing is taking place, there's a lack of communication there. A big lack of communication there to prove and say that what is going on and prove that things can get better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And we move.
Thank you.
I know that I'm impolite because I push speakers to the other end, but
that's
we are always.
That's your role.
That's my role, exactly. And we are a little bit behind schedule. Apologies for that. We don't want to have only professors talking, so we want to go into practitioners more, and we'll have more practitioners tomorrow and on Sunday. So our third speaker is Gianluca Rocco, whom I don't see now, but I know that he's somewhere in here. There he is. Good afternoon. Gianluca Rocco is the chief of the IOM in Athens and the regional coordinator for the Balkans. He is, despite his Mediterranean origins, he refused to come to Naousa and taste our wine, and but I think that there will be another opportunity to have him there. I thank him very much for joining us from Athens. And again, apologies for being late. You've heard, I think, quite a lot of interesting points from the academic point of view, and I want to give you the floor to provide also the opportunity to see how migration is seen by how to put it, the UN institutional responsible for migration. So thank you for being with us from a distance, and I give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you for inviting in this very interesting, I would say even discussion that I was listening until now. Yeah, apologies for not being able to come up, but I got caught in some meetings. I had to leave the country, so it was operationally very, very difficult. Maybe the punishment is that you put me in between the audience and the coffee break. That is always the the worst position that somebody can have. So let me try maybe to go immediately into the discussion so that we can save time and all have our coffees. Politics and economy, very, very interesting topics. I would say much more from a academic point of view than from a operational point of view, because from the operational side, I will try, at least in my presentation, to see how positions are much clearer and unfortunately not very, very positive. Let me start this with a short story that happened a few days ago. A few days ago, they called us on the phone. Here, some people panicking because there are the Taliban in a small village in Peloponnese. So what is happening? Who is bringing guns to Peloponnese? So everybody was alerted. We tried to find out. There were also pictures that were sent of these people going around. It was very easy to figure out these were people working there. And they were working there for months now, not in relation with the Afghan situation. So this story tells us, migrants are around us. They live with us, but unfortunately, in the modern society, we decide to see them when we want to see them. We decide to give them a label as troublemakers, as terrorists, when it suits us. It suits us as general population, or it suits us as politicians or as administrator. And this is, I think, the dichotomy that we have to deal with when we talk about what is the reality of migration and economy and what we see really happening in our society. From the point of view of the politicians, the policies that we have in Europe, my question would be, do we really have a policy? Do we really know what we want to do with migration inside the EU? If you think back, and for us in Greece, is maybe even easier than from other colleagues in the European other member states to remember what happened in 2016, with all these people that were passing through.
Okay, we have a small technical problem with our speaker. He's joining us, I hope so. Adrian. Το τελευταίο τηλέφωνο είναι το γραφείο Flash, λέγεται. So apologies for those who are online. It's not your connection, it's the connection of the speaker that has had a problem. We are trying to reconnect and hoping shortly that we are contacting him, as a matter of fact, so that he can, but we don't even know if he knows that he's no longer in. These are the disadvantages of online connections. Sorry? Okay. The link. The files are all in. They're all in. Everything that you've heard are in the reading material in on the site. So that's not an issue.
Sorry, I had an issue. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, a technical. So from the you know, do we have a realistic policy on, for example, legal pathways for migrants to arrive in the EU? I'm not sure. You know, we do have regulations, but apart from the family reunification that is very clear, what should be clear for the asylum? But again, we have you know 20 different systems in the EU. There is no credible policy for legal pathways for migration into the EU. And in these conditions, you know, the more the situation, the less the situation is clear, the more you trigger people to be on the move. And many of these people now, let's leave alone, you know, on the side for a moment, the Syrians, the Afghans, and those that are really running away from you know, a fear for their lives. And let's look at the economic migrants. You know, these are people that want to have a better life, and they would like to find a job in our countries. And since there are no clear and open policies on who can come and who cannot come and what are the criteria, then they all come in the move. So this lack of a general policy is also a pull factor for more migration in the EU. If you see what is on the table for a while now at the EU side, the new EU pact, there is nothing new there. There is nothing new that was not being discussed before, and in most of the cases rejected, especially from the Visegrad countries. But if you look at the EU pact, you know, even if we all agree, all the EU member states agree on the EU pact as it is now, this will not prevent to see situations in the future as we saw Moria in the past. There will be still concentration of people on the borders of Europe. So again, you will have similar situation that we had in Moria, again in Greece, in Spain, in Italy. So not much. I don't see much on the future, you know, on seriously regulating migration in the EU, especially because you see now all the reactions to the Afghan crisis and countries building walls or you know, rejecting even the idea to receive refugees. In migration, you know, migration is a very complex issue. You don't solve it with one action. To think that you can solve migration flows by building walls is a mistake, and not because of the wall, but because you cannot with one measure try to solve a very complex issue like migration. Otherwise, you know, the US would have solved a long time ago the issue of all the migrants that are coming from Mexico, if the problem is to build a wall. The problem is that building a wall, correct or incorrect that can be, is one part of the policy. What do you do with the labor migration? What do you do with the police issues? What do you do with the deportation? What do you do with the integration of those? So is more elements than this. In all this, you have a situation in my opinion that is a bit confused on the political side, and on the other side you have the economy of our country. Now, until few months or years for certain member states ago, you know, the excuse was in a very, you know, in an emergency situation where your economy is collapsing, there is no space for migrants. I think that it was very, very interesting to hear my colleague, you know, that was presenting before me, saying migration is a benefit. And there are studies on this, you know, it doesn't matter how developed or underdeveloped the society is, the economy is, there is always job for migrants. And the migrants have, I remember that I was reading, I think it was the World Bank, that they made also some analysis on the impact of migration on the PIL of the country. There is always a benefit on this. The question is on numbers. You know, if you are talking about a crisis like the Greek economic crisis, it's obvious that you cannot think that thousands of migrants will be able to integrate. But it's a matter of numbers, not if they will be able or not to find a job. The job is always there. But to this, there is a different response of our economies. You know, the private sector is more and more looking for making profit by outsourcing the production. in places where where the labor is cheaper. And on the other side, for those that keep the production inside the EU member states, they try to lower the wages. They try to make profit in that way. So in these conditions, it becomes also difficult for a politician that, of course, needs the support of the economic sector to make strong decisions, because there are no strong requests or demands or clear demands from the economic sector on which way to go. It would be easier if they will say, okay, we want to keep the production in Greece, but we want to have the taxation for all the companies. Then it will be easier to work for the politician out of it. But now it has become a situation where migration is deciding if and which politician will be elected. So into this, there is a general attitude of the politicians to stay away from this, because you can, if it's not clear how your country plays,
In the meantime, just to save some time for when Mr. Rocco comes in, you know that we have two working groups, two sessions of working groups, and each working group will meet for 3/4 of an hour rather than in 1 hour because of the delay. So working group 1.1 and 2.1. 1.1 is with Dr. Bouroutis on migration as a solution to the economic imperatives, and 2.1 with Ioannis Verioglou on a review of empirical research on migration will take place here. So those who want to follow it, whether in present or through, well, in present you have to be here, that you know. Those who are in Zoom will have to remain in the same link. There is a second working group session. I mean, there's a second working group in each session, which will take place upstairs for those who are present here, and to another link, which all participants have already received, and I don't have it with me now, but you must have received it all, I think, at least. Let me know if you haven't received it, but if you haven't received it, I'm not sure I can give it to you. When hopefully we have back Mr. Rocco and we continue and finish the plenaries, we will move for 15 minutes for the coffee break upstairs, and then those who are in working group 1 ending in 1 will come here, and those who are in working groups ending in 2 will go upstairs. Working group session 1 will also be web streamed, but it's only the working groups that take place here. I don't know if you have any news from.
Yeah, I'm back.
We even have him.
I start thinking that I'm saying something wrong, you know?
The science doesn't want us to hear all your intervention.
Exactly.
But you may continue. I give you the floor.
No, for me, I will conclude by saying, as I was mentioning, you know, in this condition, I don't see the interest and the willingness to have the long-term plan that I was mentioning is the only solution that we can have, at least in Europe, to deal in a systematic way with migration. Now let's see what will happen with Afghanistan. You know, the Afghani not soon, but when you have enough Afghans in Pakistan and in Iran, then they will start moving. That is the time when they will start moving. So all these people that are saying no, they will not move, they're not moving, is still too early to judge that. And there you will be another proof for you know, another way or chance for the EU to see if we want really to deal with the migration flows or not. The walls that Lithuania and Poland are building, okay, Greece was already doing this in the past years, will not stop migration flows. So I'm sorry if I'm not very optimist, but let's see, you know, all of us, we can give our own contribution. Today I listened to very interesting contributions and points of view. Let's continue, because we need to give also ideas to the politicians what can be done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and for what you said. The point is that I want to know, we probably have to know, if the situation is more regularized in terms of the procedure that it's followed for the asylum claimants, for the asylum seekers. I mean, we know the situation that it was quite difficult till 2017, but I think we have a normalization of the procedure so far. So we would like to know, since 2020, if the situation is better or not, and if there is any kind of implementation of an integration policy in Greece. Thank you.
Shall I answer?
Yes.
Well, listen, on the asylum claim, I think, the asylum procedure, a lot has been done, certainly. And I think that Greece took also the advantage of a very limited inflow in the past year and a half to clear most of the backlog. That was the main problem, because people in the past were waiting for years before having a decision on their application. So I think that the fact that there were less application in the past year and a half has given the opportunity to clear the backlog, and now the time for getting a positive or negative decision has certainly decreased. I would say overall there is a general improvement on the operational way of the asylum office to deal with the claims. You know very well there were also introduced some changes into the asylum procedure. There were also some comments from the side of the EU, from the side of UNHCR. I would say that some of the elements were not fully endorsed or agreed upon, but nevertheless, I would say that the situation for the asylum seekers is much better now, because at least they have a decision in a shorter period of time. The real issue on asylum is the fact that in Europe we don't have a common asylum system. This is the problem, because this brings you into the opportunity of the asylum shopping, where people go from one country to the other asking for asylum, and also creates problems into the level of recognition that a migrant, an individual can have, that can be different depending on the country where he or she arrives. And this will be very interesting to see in the case of Afghanistan, because as you probably know, Greece has one of the highest recognition rate for Afghans in Europe, certainly much higher than other countries like Germany, for example. So will this continue or not with the new flow? Because that could create some also operational issues, in terms of processing very large numbers of asylum claims. On the integration is one key element of managing migration in a country, because you have the reception, you have the camps, the places to stay, you have the decision on asylum, but then you have to decide how to take out the people from this emergency reception and accommodation. And this was the issue for many years in Greece between 2016 and 2018, I would say, because camps continued to be congested because there was no outflow. There was no real integration program. So the people will continue staying in the in the camps, even if they were recognized refugees, because there was no other way for them to start a life outside. And that's why for a long time, there was a need of continuously building camps, no? The situation has changed since 2019 when we have started an integration program. The name is Helios. Is a basic integration program for Greece that is providing what more or less all the other countries in Europe are providing when we talk about integration, with the part that is the one related to employability that is extremely weak. So that component will need to be revised and enhanced. But at least Greece has been able to develop its own mechanism for integration. And now, I think next year, there will be a transition from an emergency system into a real policy of Greece on integration, with the transition of this Helios project into the Greek funding and the Greek management. I cannot hear you.
Individual forms of integration are the state enhanced, especially when we think about the Albanian population that came earlier to Greece. The Greek state has not seemed to be very able to provide integration, but we can always hope that we've learned from the past. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for insisting on joining us again. And we look forward to having you in Northern Greece. You should have come and visited Northern Greece. There are lots of issues in Northern Greece as well, but we understand the time pressure for everyone. So thanks a lot to Mr. Rocco. Good luck with your work, which is going to be more difficult in the coming months, I'm afraid. So there will be a 15 minutes break for those present here and for those not present here as well. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I repeat that we meet working group one will meet here in 15 minutes, and working groups will last for 3/4 of an hour rather than 1 hour. So there will be no interruption between the two groups, just the time for people to move from one to another. Right, so enjoy your coffee, you deserved it. And see you in 15 minutes. Well, half of you. I will be upstairs in any case. So here is a working group with Dr. Bouroutis. Right.
So thank you very much. So thank you very much for joining me. So listen, what we are trying to do is that since you have already listened to some presentations, is we would like you, that is exactly the purpose of the summer school. We would like you to participate in this discussion, in this working group, in order to talk about the issues that we need to focus. For instance, this specific group, the title of it is Migration a Solution to the Economic Imperatives? So it's a general, let's say, issue. Is migration something positive or not? In terms of the of Europe as a continent, but also of the European Union. So I will set some questions for you, not for you to be answered, but some general questions for this topic. And then we will discuss, you will also place, if you want the context, about what do we believe for migration in general as a key feature of human life, even of human evolution. We know that, as Professor Papageorgiou said, that migration was always a feature of humans since humankind started its presence in the planet. But the importance aspect is after the creation of the nation states and of borders. What do you do with migration when you have borders that controls the traffic, the movement of people? So the biggest challenge for Europe at this moment on the 21st century, and especially after the crisis of 2015, 2016, is to evaluate migration in general. When we talk migration, we include in this topic the refugee flows, because it's also a feature. We know the distinction. Migrant is someone that he or she can return at any moment back to their homeland. Refugee is someone who is persecuted or because of other cases like a general war implication, they leave their country and they can't go back. This is the great distinction between a migrant and a refugee, although both features are migration, okay? So we need to discuss if migration is a solution or is a key feature towards the economic imperatives, meaning is a contribution. Do we believe so? Because someone can start and say, no, I don't believe so, because the European continent is eligible, or with its population, to solve its problems. Then you have to discuss if you want migrants or not. But let's think of how the situation is today. Let's face it, we have national policies, meaning that although European Union is a great organization, is supranational organization that gives guidelines, each country have its own national agenda towards migration, okay? This is the first issue that we need to have in mind. The second is, of course, the EU gives the general guideline, okay? This is, for instance, the European New Pact for Asylum and Migration. It gives guidelines to the nations, but it's up to the states, to the nation states, to develop their own policy. If we will discuss this issue about migration, then we will understand that not all the countries have the same needs. We don't talk about Germany has the same issues with migration or with its needs with Greece. From the other hand, we have to understand that Europe as a continent has poor demographics, means that we are quite old continent. To give you an example, Germany average age of its population is 44 years old. So this is, as the professor previously set up the agenda about when we talk about migration, is this, if this influx will be beneficial, not only for the population, and the poor demographics, but also for the other features like the social and the pension care system. How you will be retired and how you will get back a pension when you don't have working force. These things are combined, okay? So let's talk about that. I mean, let's discuss a little bit about how that we have different countries that they have different agendas towards migration. We know that most of the people that are coming in Europe, they want to go into developed countries. Why is that? Why they want to go to the developed countries? Probably the answer is very, the answer is very easy, because they will find a job, most probably. Okay, that's why they want to go to Germany, they want to go to France, or they want to go, I don't know, in Sweden or in the Netherlands. From the other point of view, still though, many countries like Greece, they faced shortages in their working force, for instance, in unskilled labor, in these low-wage works that they don't need specific skills, as probably other developed countries need, as Germany, for instance, but they want unskilled. Where? In agricultural works. Who is taking care of the elderly people in Greece? Because as far as I know, my mom doesn't have me by her side. We have someone else, and she is a foreigner. Okay, so there are different features concerning migration. So my point is to set up these questions, and I would like from you to give your personal point of view, to have a discussion and a conversation about these features. Is migration beneficial? I think that there's no question about it. There's a clear answer. Migration was always a key feature, and it will be, okay? So yes, it can be positive. And let's discuss about this, how it can be positive, if it has to be regulated. Someone can say that I believe that we should have open borders and anyone could come. And then there are other questions that are raised concerning that. Europe is implementing a policy towards migration only because it wants to take care of the people that are coming, or it has an eye also in the internal politics, meaning the radicalization of the extreme rightist groups, the xenophobic groups, and all the xenophobia that we face in Europe, meaning that migration can be beneficial. Does it have to be monitored? Does it have regular allies? Oh, I'm mixing up this word, okay? So let's discuss about that. And always we should take into account that we don't talk only for a general policy, but probably for different options, meaning that Greece can implement a different policy towards economic, towards migration than Germany. In my discussion, for instance, in my presentation on Sunday morning, I will give you the new agenda that France and Germany has about the skilled workers, meaning that they have a new agenda, a new, let's say, quota for skilled labor that will give immediately an advantage for these countries. Why is that? Because they have also shortages. They have millions of jobs that they need to be fulfilled with skilled personnel. At the same time, we know that Greece, we are exporting immigrants. We have high-skilled people like yourselves that they leave and go abroad. What should we do? What should we do with migration in the country, with the people that are coming? Where do they have to work? Do we have a data? I mean, does any one of you know if you will have a registration kind of form when someone enters the country, or an asylum claimant that is giving the asylum, is granted asylum, if we know his or her occupation? I can give you the answer, we don't. There are years now that people that are granted asylum, and still, in most of the cases, we don't know their occupation. And if we do, it's only for statistical purposes. We don't, meaning we don't take advantage of the people that they come, what they will do. Okay, let's open the discussion. Please feel free to discuss the issues, even if something will be provocative. We're not here to judge if any kind of opinion is provocative or not, if it's positive. But let's put the agenda on the right side. Let's first discuss if migration is positive towards the economic development of Europe, of the challenges that it faces. Who wants to start? It's an open agenda. We don't have a specific way that we will do this discussion. We can go from the one discussion to the other, and probably an answer could create a different opinion. Έλα, σου δώσω το μικρόφωνο.
So in empirical research, we know, pretty consistently that GDP, for example, benefits from migration. I think the most, the gross product of a country annually, always rises from migration. So the net benefit exists in migration. So I think the main problem most people, and I talk about this briefly, I think, in my presentation, but the main problem most people have is that usually if there's no regulations, local workers that compete with migrants for the same job market, then they are priced out. So their wages are lowered in the equation. So I think most let's say economic backlash that people claim when they're against migration is because of lack of regulation that would give workers rights so that they wouldn't be priced out from the system.
When we talk about regulations, what do we mean? Do we talk about having a steady salary, a steady wage? Do we know if this exists in Greece? Because most of the workers, and definitely migration is beneficial for its economy, by no means, okay? This is clear. We know that the development that Greece had from 2000 to 2004, that it had a huge boom, it was thanks also to the, let's say, to the white and also to the black market of labor in these years, okay? We know that it was positive, okay? But what the colleague said is that should we have regulations? This is the first step, because when a migrant is coming, he or she wants to know what he will or she will earn, if it's going to be steady. They don't want to be in a limbo, to have a salary today of that, because you can't create your life. In order to be integrate, or at least to feel that you have a kind of residency where you stay, you need to know your bearings. You need to know if you have a work and how much you're going to earn by that, okay? This is the first step for integration, okay? Anyone else, please?
Well, I think that I think that we should definitely have some regulations about immigrants and salaries and stuff like that, because the country could benefit from this, and the immigrants too. The immigrants could know what they're going to do, what they're going to get, and if they can live in another country. And in the country, we could solve problems like the black market, for example, because many immigrants, they work, they don't know, because in every job they get paid whatever they want, the other people want to pay them. They can't tell them that, you know, I want to take that much money, for example, and they never, this kind of money are never legal. So registration, sorry.
So the main point is that we should know that when someone is a migrant, he or she needs, let's say, not to have a permanent job, but let's say in order to have a normal life, you need to have the country, the government, the state with you. You need to have the public bureaucracy on your side, because it will be beneficial also for the country itself. Because otherwise, working in the black market is mainly beneficial for your employer, not for you, and especially not for the state. So it has to be a win-win situation, okay? So if it has to be a win-win situation, what do you believe that the states should do in order to legalize migration? What are the steps that each country needs to follow? Give ideas. Go ahead.
I think that they should regulate the amount of persons that come into a country first, and then they should legislate so that someone can know from the beginning what is beneficial for him, what his job is going to be, how much he is going to be paid, how long he has to stay in that country, or if he is going to.
Give me a second. So I'm summing up what you said. Quotas. Quotas mean that probably each country, this can be seasonal, this can be permanent, or this can be open to amendments, that it should have quotas in the number of people that is accepting. This is an issue, okay? Another one that you said is you need to have legislation. You need to have specific laws and rules, okay, legislation and rules that they need to be followed by all sides in order to regulate migration, in order to have normalization of migration. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because we can have a large amount of immigrants in a small country, for example, and as beneficial as it can be for the first years at least, it is going to cause problems. And of course, that legislation has to be for the native persons of this country also, because when somebody with low skills or with no skills has to compete with another native person, this is a problem. And it is forgivable for him or her to say that you don't do, our country doesn't do for us so much as it does for foreigners. Because when, in our country at least, when rural areas are totally forgotten from government, and all of a sudden some foreigners come through and everybody is going after them, they have their right. It isn't out of question. And it has to be legislation for them also. And it has to be some kind of justice.
Can I bring this to the point? So based on an economic model of how migration works, if we look at just the aggregate level of, you said, just like for a region, for example, if a rural region which is abandoned, etc., receives a huge number of refugees or of immigrants that want to work, the GDP of the total area will increase. So the region would have some graphics, maybe I can show them on my presentation that, sort of see that relationship. The point, I think, is not that, I think the biggest misconception is that in Europe, immigrants come and take jobs from locals, but that does not really happen. Immigrants usually come and they save local economies. So if you look at, for example, I live in Switzerland, and if you look at the Swiss countryside, of course, nobody wants to be a farmer, or especially if you live in a country where, 100,000 plus income, annual for the average person, like nobody wants to be. So you have to import labor. During the Corona pandemic, people were looking for, farm hands in Switzerland to, gather fruits and stuff, because seasonal workers couldn't come. And so the whole economy was in trouble. So I don't think the point of saying, the local people are not looked after, because immigrants really don't take money from the states. They contribute money to the state.
Yes, but I totally agree with that. I only have to add on this that you need always to be careful to explain that to the people. Because since there's great ignorance about what is going on, then this whole misconception that the immigrants are coming and they're taking our jobs, okay, it can be like a motto, it can be like a status, when this is not true. For instance, my descent is from Corinthia. Okay, I can give this example. All the rural area of Corinthia is deserted. I mean, all the mountainous villages are completely empty, except of the older, and all the others that are by the coastline, if they have to do something with tourism, they're pretty okay. Otherwise, most of them, they are inhabited now by the first generation of migrants, by Albanians. And if they weren't the Albanians, most of the agricultural works couldn't have been done. I mean, they couldn't done the job. And if you were looking to find a Greek one, a Greek guy, a native one, you couldn't find one. You can't. So in most of the cases, migrants, they cover up, first of all, jobs that Greeks, or in general, locals, they don't apply. So not make it only for Greeks, for Greece, but let's make it a little bit wider to cover up the whole situation. In most of the cases, if you will go in the rural areas around Paris, you will see the villages deserted. You won't find anyone. And you know something? There are no immigrants there because they don't want them. And you know something else? They don't have immigrants, but Le Pen's political party is in the ballots is first. I mean, is way ahead. It has more than 40, 45%. How can we explain that? These are also the misconceptions that we have. We have to understand that, first of all, and especially in countries that are less developed, like Greece, in most of the cases, migration is beneficial because also the covered jobs, most of the times unskilled jobs, that we have shortages. Okay, this is the case. And if you will check in other countries that they are more developed, like Germany, that I was saying to you about this Skilled Immigration Act that they enacted it on 2019, is because they have shortages in their industry, in their production sector. They have great shortages and they want skilled professionals. Okay? Anyone else? Please go ahead.
I want. there's a question. Well, I wanted to say that we hear many times that immigrants come and take our jobs and stuff like that, but from personal experience, I know that many native people don't want to work in rural areas, and they ask for immigrants to come from another country to come and work here in Greece. It's not like the immigrants come by themselves sometimes. They ask them to come. And I want to say that we don't have to separate them, because if an immigrant it doesn't have, it's not about being an immigrant. If you're good at a job, no immigrant can take that from you. That's what I want to say.
Okay, I think that we should separate the two waves of immigrants. The first wave, mostly composed by Albanians and the people come from the former Eastern Bloc, has easily been accepted because they are mainly Christians, and the majority of the Albanians learn rapidly to make the sign of the cross in order to get accepted. The true fact is that without the Albanians, Epirus will be a deserted place. If you could find a shepherd being in Greek nationality from Kastoria to Igoumenitsa, please bring me here. And but now we have the other situation, because the majority of the immigrants don't want to stay in Greece, especially the Syrians who came from here to Veria, the first wave. All they want to go to Germany, and very few to Holland or Sweden. That people came here, consider Greece as a transit state, not to stay. Of course, in southern Greece, people from India and Pakistan used in agricultural workers, especially in Attica, all the glass houses cultivating flowers is worked by Indians and Pakistani people. But that new wave don't want to stay here. And there is a great, not exactly false, but I think it's a lack of understanding the further results that accepted the Dublin II and now the new orders of keeping that people living here, building houses and so on, because the majority of them want to go to Europe. And we are forced to keep them there. That's false. That's all false for me.
Or we should implement procedures in order to facilitate them staying here. You know, think of it. Because these people, especially the asylum seekers, they are in a limbo for a great time of their life. You can't have roots when you don't know if you will be accepted or not, okay?
And of course, the anxiety of those people who the teacher said is live in a very difficult condition, because if anyone in this chain of having asylum at last consider that you are wrong and put a tick, they have a specific form with boxes, and in each box you said that wrong, or you are a thief, or you steal, or you rape, or you do something illegal. If you have one tick in these boxes, you go back. And there are a lot of people that's living there, and they don't know where will be tomorrow. On the other hand, we have a serious problem as a first line country, because Turkey is mainly in transit zone, despite the fact that we have 2 million Syrian refugees there. But the majority consider Turkey as a transit zone, like Greece. And we don't know exactly who is coming. Everyone stated anything he wants. So we have a major problem about how many of those people are real immigrants, how are they terrorists, how are they criminals and try to escape law, and what to do with all these people who consider to be one thing, immigrants, but in fact they're not. That's a very serious problem, but not considered with economic policy.
Exactly. So this is the issue.
Yeah, the issue for economic policy is that without immigrants, the pension system in Greece will be collapsed, because they are made so many, not mistakes, crimes the foreign years, with the frozen deposits, with the PSI, and so on, with the early pensions. Until 1989, you can gain a pension after 15 years of working, 15 years. And you will take pension after 40 years. Imagine that.
Thank you. Let's go to the father.
That's okay. I will speak in Greek because my English it's not very. Εγώ πιστεύω πως η μετανάστευση κατά κάποιο τρόπο παρουσιάζει και ευκαιρίες αλλά και προκλήσεις οι οποίες θα πρέπει να υψωθούν διαμέσου, ας πούμε, της νομοθεσίας αλλά και της πολιτικής μετανάστευσης σε κάθε χώρα ή μέσα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, καθώς βρισκόμαστε εδώ, μέσα στην...
Okay, just to give it in English, okay, you heard it, but I'm saying it also for those who attend online, that Father is saying that this is a challenge, okay, that migration in general is a challenge, that it can have some effects. Go ahead.
Οπότε η μετανάστευση μπορεί να είναι μία, ας πούμε, διαδικασίας που φέρνει ισορροπία στο οικονομικό σύστημα του κόσμου. Αλλά μπορεί επίσης και να είναι μία διαδικασία ανισορροπίας. Όλα όμως εξαρτάται, ας πούμε, από τις ειδικές συνθήκες κατανάλωσης, ας πούμε, σε κάθε χώρα, επίσης και της προαγωγής, αλλά και η συνάρτηση προσφοράς και ζήτησης εργασίας.
So, just a second. We are talking about the need to have a balance in migration, okay, for the development, because in some cases, and that's true, not all the countries at all times have the same capacity in order to absorb migration at a certain scale. Okay, it's not a continuous flow, and the continuous, let's say, it's this is what father says about the offer and demand. It's something actual. It happens. Okay, we don't have the same needs today as we had them 20 years ago. Okay, please go ahead.
Όλοι η μετανάστευση, ας πούμε, που γίνεται, δεν νομίζω ότι γίνεται απλά για να φύγει κανείς από τον τόπο του και να έρθει να κάνει ό,τι να είναι, να καθίσει ή να αρχίσει να κάνει εγκληματίες κτλ. Πιστεύω πως θα πρέπει να υπάρχει, όπως είχαν πει εδώ από νωρίτερα, κάποιο διάλογο, κάποια επικοινωνία με τον κόσμο. Δηλαδή, υπάρχουν άλλοι που θέλουν να έρθουν και να αξιοποιήσουν τις ικανότητές τους, ας πούμε, σε κάποιες θέσεις εργασίας. Υπάρχουν όμως άλλοι που έρχονται εξ αναγκασμός, με την έννοια ότι η οικογένεια κάθεται και λέει πρέπει να βρούμε ένα παιδί που να προχωρήσει ώστε να μπορέσει να απελευθερώσει ή να βοηθήσει τους υπόλοιπους. Οπότε προσπαθούν μέσα στην οικογένεια να πουλήσουν τα πάντα για να στείλουν έστω ένα άτομο να έρθει, όχι να κλέψει, ούτε να κάνει ό,τι να είναι, όποια βλακεία, αλλά για να μπορέσει να δουλέψει και να βοηθήσει τους υπόλοιπους.
This is a quite difficult topic, and I can understand what you're saying about that. And that we know the cases that there were families that they were selling everything, or they were having a debt in Pakistan or in Afghanistan or in Iraq, in order to cover for the cost of travel, to go abroad, work, and send some money back. This was the case in Greece as well. This was the case in all over the world. I mean, Greece had the same case. Germany had the same case 100 years ago. It's the same, let's say, situation, but the actors are different. And yes, and I tend to agree. Yes. Have you completed? Go ahead, yes, please.
Και πιστεύω πως, όπως είχαν πει και στην αρχή, μία συζήτηση, μία διευκρίνηση, μία επιμόρφωση, ας πούμε, προς εκείνους που θέλουν να έρθουν και να μπορούν να πετύχουν τη ζωή τους, πιστεύω πως αξίζει αυτό το πράγμα. Διότι εάν δεν γίνεται κάποια συζήτηση, διευκρινήσεις, θα υπάρχουν και λάθομετανάστευση, η οποία δεν θα κάνει καλό στον συγκεκριμένο άνθρωπο, διότι όταν θα φτάσει εδώ θα τον εκμεταλλεύσουν από άλλους με ένα απίστευτο τρόπο, όπου να πάει να δουλέψει, ας πούμε, σε χωράφια, χωρίς να έχει ασφάλεια, χωρίς να έχει, δηλαδή, κοινωνική κάλυψη, δηλαδή τίποτε. Οπότε, αν όμως εξ αρχής υπάρχει αυτός ο διάλογος, δηλαδή μεταξύ τους μετανάστες, τη χώρα τους, αλλά και την χώρα υποδοχή, πιστεύω πως η μετανάστευση δεν θα είναι πλέον μία διαδικασία η οποία έρχεται να κλέψει δουλειές ή να κάνει το ένα το άλλο, αλλά η ανάπτυξη της χώρας υποδοχής, αλλά και της χώρας από όπου έφυγαν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι.
Thank you very much. This was thank you very much for your intervention. That's true. Okay, so this is the point. How we will give information, how we will give a feedback to those who migrate or who want to migrate in the countries, how they will be informed about their, let's say, obligations towards the country, but also about their rights. It doesn't have to do only with Greece. It's a general topic that all states should have a kind of channel, of an information channel towards migrants. What is the situation in the country? What are probably the shortages? To have a data of if anyone wants to come, what are the skills how they will be channeled in the right jobs, even if it's going to be in the agricultural sector. Most of the countries, the developed ones, they have applied even algorithms. When you have an asylum claimant and is granted asylum, and if he's, I remember that it's from a state, from a policy in the United States of America, that they applied an algorithm. If someone, for instance, was from Senegal, and about his skills, how the best way he could match in which state, if he has, for instance, some co-nationals from Senegal that he could go and join them, if his skills were matching to the demands, to the needs of a specific state. Things that have been applied in some countries, in some states, and still though, in most of the cases, in most of the countries, like in Greece, you don't have anything like that. You don't have any kind of information. You don't have any kind of data. So this is the point. We need to know each other. We need to know who is coming, but also what are the challenges they will face. And that is why they don't want to stay, most of the asylum claimants, because we don't give them any security, because they feel unwelcomed, although they can contribute in the economy. So in order to, let's say, to wrap it up, and we will go afterwards immediately in the next panel with Yannis Verioglou, who is a PhD student in ETH University in Switzerland. I will set, let's say, the final question: how we will achieve migration and how it will be beneficial for the states, but also, okay, it's a win-win situation, but also for the migrants. What should we do? Please go ahead. What do you believe is the best solution? I will pass you the microphone. Just give me a second. Mohammed is online, and I think you probably have already seen what he wrote, that he pays his taxes, he's legally working, and it says that this is the best solution, this is beneficial for the country. And he gives the next topic, let's say, about the families, about having a family in the new country that you arrive, that it creates integration. Why it creates integration? Because the kids will go to school, they will be imbued by the education system of the hosting country, okay? And this will facilitate integration. You feel that you can have roots. It's what exactly, and this is positive, what happened with the Albanian case, that we have now kids with Albanian descent, they're full citizens, okay, they're going to the universities, they're working here, and it's beneficial, not only for them, but especially for Greece. Please go ahead.
I wanted to raise many arguments about our discussion here, but I'll stay close to your last question. From my experience, because we are here from an organization who work with beneficiaries and asylum seekers for in the program of I forgot my English now, sorry, for reunification. And from our general experience, we have seen this limbo situation caused the most of the times from the political strategies and the competitive of the economists. It's a rule that you have to be competitive to stay alive, and somebody to have to be lower and somebody to have to be higher in the workplace. As far as I have seen, the most incredible thing is that every time that a migrant, a refugee comes into here, needs an amazing amount of professionalism to help him that we don't have as a public sector, as an NGO, which means that we will lose profits in specific areas like social support areas, or how you can provide to them an amount of mediator, an amount of interpreters, an amount of cultural mediators, doctors, psychologists.
You talk for asylum seekers.
For not only for asylum seekers, that are needs that all the time are needed also for immigrants here in Greece. And this is something that we don't have in general. We don't have workplaces that are focused to increase to increase our sectors, public or for to support them. So we lose a lot of an amount of jobs here. And second of all, we lose this link that comes from that link the first day to the last day, or to the imaginary life for the refugees or the migrants. Because if you have all these professionals to support them, it's more easier for them to see, a better life for them, and not only low-skilled life here or there, but they can be better than for themselves. For example, here, the public sector in Greece doesn't receive applications for migrants if they don't have succeeded in ethnicity with an ethnicity certification. Although that we need non-skilled, not high-skilled people in public sectors.
Yes, but they have temporary permits in most of the cases.
Yes, but we now see that this it's not something ordinary, because, for example, in the municipality of Athens, now they force a lot of migrants from Albania and from other countries to move away from their jobs as cleaners on schools buildings, for example. We see that the political system force people out of the workplaces to a specific black market, black labor areas.
This is also a kind of consequence sometimes because of the crisis. But you think that the first to suffer are the migrants, the people that are recently arrived in the country.
And they're not a strategic plan to integrate them. It's just, if you want to integrate them, you see how the whole society should focus on that to raise the profits.
Okay, so let's say that, for instance, we can agree that migration is beneficial for each state when it's, let's say, when it has guidelines, when it has rules, okay, and exactly when the state is ready to support this migration. I mean that it's also state's responsibility to the public bureaucracy in order to have a positive outcome. It's not because of the migrants, it's because the reception country has to give the agenda to these people in order to facilitate their life. How they will be productive for the economy when the state hasn't implemented any kind of policies. So it's a two-way solution. It's not, we are discussing it's positive and we know that it's positive, but in order to be positive, we need to apply a certain policy, okay, in order to be beneficial. You can't have these people working in black market. And we know that it happens, but it has to be regulated. Okay, this is the first case. The second is that it will be beneficial also for them if we will supply them with all the necessary tools. For instance, language instructions. We know in the past, we know that because our parents, we had relatives that they were migrants, okay, in the States or in Canada, and they didn't know even a word. But today, the challenges are different, and you have to have a basic knowledge of the language of the reception country, how they will be skilled in the language, how they will know the language if you want developed a kind of introduction to your language. Okay, so it has to be also from the country, from the state policies. All right. So we will immediately pass to Yannis, okay, to continue this discussion. Switch off the microphone. I will take it. But also I need to respond to a remark that a colleague gave, that many times migration policies towards migrants tend to be racist. It can be an issue, but that's why I made a small comment in the beginning, that migration policy is still a hot debated issue, and it has to include also the policies that are, let's say, populism is a very strong element in politics. And populism is exploiting these kind of opportunities like migration in order to accuse, okay, the migrants, for instance, and the political parties towards the inception policies. We have to understand that sometimes states try to balance this issue because they have their eyes in the internal political situation, in what is happening in the country. And this is quite challenging because you need to balance these things. Otherwise, you can have a racist policy. If you will see in the 2019-2020 agenda of European Union, they were saying, European Union as a body, it says that we need to have a policy not to welcome migration. You can turn out to say that this is very racist, but we have to understand the challenge that even European Union as a supranational body faces with this situation, and that we have political parties, far-right political populist parties like the AfD in Germany, like in Greece that we had, and also in France, that they gain support, or the Visegrad countries, that they gain support by exploiting migration and refugee currents, okay? So I would like to thank you very much. We will go immediately to Yannis. Yanni, you can have my place here.
Actually, my presentation is partly about the algorithm that you mentioned, and I was going to explain how it works exactly. So that's a good segue. Where's the organizer? Is my presentation on the laptop? You could take the PowerPoint, the PDF. Okay, perfect. So I hope everybody can see it, right? So the part about the algorithm is actually at the end of the presentation. So I would like to skip there to just give you an idea of what the previous discussion was about. And then we can get into the rest of it. So can everybody see the screen? Yes. So the point about migration is that, you know, we can talk about how the economic effects, you know, actually are beneficiary for the greater economy, and you can argue that, or how political effects can be mitigated. But I think it's useful to see an actual example of how developed countries could increase the integration of people and how, and based on what measures. So for example, this is a recent paper published in Science magazine by a professor of mine along with other colleagues. And it's about a machine learning algorithm which takes data from the registry in Switzerland and the US. This here is the US example. And I can walk you through a little bit to understand how some of these countries might be treating integration in the future. So I believe everybody knows what an algorithm is, right? Like it's a tool that we use to minimize some sort of, let's say some sort of cost. So in how it works, for example, in Switzerland, migration is that every canton in Switzerland is assigned a number of refugees based on their population, and based on and you know and the refugees are more or less randomly assigned. This, as you can imagine, is not ideal because, for example, if you're a refugee, if you're from Algeria, you probably speak French, and you might find yourself in the canton of Appenzeller where nobody speaks French. But if you were put in the canton of Vaud, then a lot of people speak French, and that's a very simple, you know, almost extremely simple example of how you could get an advantage over integrating if you speak the same language as the place that you go, or at least you manage. That's to your benefit. So you can see how these synergies here. I don't know if you can see the cursor. Yeah. So this is the example from the US, but you can imagine how these synergies could work in other countries. So we can see that in this particular location, this is one of the states in the United States. I'm not sure which one. Having this sort of characteristics might give you an advantage or a disadvantage over other places to getting employment. So in this particular algorithm, what they're trying to maximize is your employment opportunity. So the thesis is that the better job that you get, the more stable employment that you get, the more easily you will be integrated, and so on and so forth. And that is a way of optimizing integration in this particular algorithm. The good thing that we will get to in a bit is that you can optimize that based on anything, any outcome. So in Switzerland, when you apply the algorithm based on previous data that we have over 20 years of migration, right? Of asylum seekers in Switzerland, you can see that in most cantons, this is every Swiss canton, on unseen data, so data that the algorithm has not been trained on, the algorithm overperforms employability of the actual place that the refugees end up in. So in Switzerland, it's preposterous. It's like 73% increase in migrant employment, right? Based on the current status quo, which is random. And this is sort of a way of how, on the first stage, countries can use their data to discover the synergies of what sort of factors feed into you finding a job better or being integrated better based on some outcome. The outcome doesn't have to be, employment. It could be anything that you can think, right? As long as you can measure it in the data somehow. It could be, I don't know how much their income is. So like maybe you want a system where immigrants make a lot of money, and then you can optimize based on that, right? So this first step is understanding some synergy between the characteristics of the asylum seeker or the migrant, and then the place that they and the outcome in the place that they're in, right? And then figuring out a better way of assigning the same individuals based on that. So this is a kind of data-driven approach that you could use to facilitate integration. Do you have any questions about this? I don't want to get into the particulars of what type of mathematics they use, because I think that's useless for the discussion that we're having. But is there any sort of questions about this before we go to other stuff? Yeah. Maybe you can just say it verbally, and then I will repeat it here.
I'd like to ask which subdomains of integration they take into account in the system. Yeah, I would like to ask which type of subdomains they are taking into account.
By subdomains, you mean what type of characteristics are included?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in the part of optimization, as I said, what they're looking at purely is employment. So for the case of Switzerland, I think it was long-term employment, because that's the only data that they had. They had data for people that were successfully employed 3 years after their arrival. So you get basically, an indicator of whether this person was successfully employed for a long period of time or not. I think in the US it was slightly different. So they measured slightly different things, but in principle, anything that you have data for, you can optimize based on, right? And I mean, it doesn't even have to be an outcome about the refugee or the immigrant. It could be an outcome about the population of or the economy of the local economy. I think the point of this, there's countless ways to go about it. I mean, anything that you can think of that you can gather data about, you could optimize based on that, right? And of course, it could be successful or unsuccessful. This turns out to be very successful. If you optimize based on employment, you can distribute people much better, right?
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course.
The point is, at the end, the conclusion of the paper was that this algorithm was operational. I mean, it had a positive effect.
Yeah. So the main takeaway of this is that really using this algorithm, first of all, it's free. So you unlike other programs that were mentioned before, like having language skills or social projects or NGO projects or whatever else, these things cost money. And for countries maybe that don't want to spend money on migration, especially countries like Switzerland, where there's like direct democracy and people would never vote for it, to give more money for refugees or migrants. So this is an inexpensive way, completely free, that the government could use to facilitate integration without actually spending any money. This could be implemented tomorrow. And I think in Switzerland, it is going to be implemented after the paper was published. So, or at least part of it. Another added value of the algorithm is that it can be tailored by policymakers to take into consideration restrictions, and it generally preserves the ability for the state to set priorities and limitations. So it's not a thing that's completely blind. It could be if you wanted to. And I believe that in any case, that would be the best way of using such a device to achieve maximum efficiency. But it is something that's, the whole point of using these things is that they don't cost money. That's all.
General population?
How do you mean? Mainstream in the general population? In what sense? So to assign people.
Find job in this way?
So I know that in Switzerland there are there's a centralized platform when if you're unemployed and you're Swiss, you can get in that platform, and then you have access to all of the open jobs. So that's not really an algorithm, but that's a centralized system that you can use. I don't think that in a country you know, so when you talk about asylum seekers, the problem is that they're getting assigned somewhere, right? Or, you know, some countries have that even for migrants because there's quota, there's all of these things. And, you know, of course, if you're an asylum seeker, I mean, if you're a migrant, the only place you want to go in Switzerland is Zurich, because Zurich has like, you know, 120,000 average salary per year, right? So of course you want to go there, but that doesn't mean you will be better integrated there, because maybe you're from Algeria and you speak French. So the best place for you would be Geneva, not Switzerland, not Zurich. In this simple example, if that's the only thing that matters. But I don't think that locals would need this. I mean, locals in Switzerland and in other countries have other means to better optimize their job seeking, right? But of course you can use these things to sort of, but yeah, you know, that's another thing that if you take a local, you can't usually move them. That, you know, imagine somebody, I don't know, people really, if you're from a place, you usually want to stay there if the economy permits it. Otherwise, you know, people move around on their own. But that's not necessarily the most efficient way to treat asylum seekers based on that. But in terms of mainstream, I think this is soon going to be public policy for refugees, or maybe even all migrants in some places very soon.
So this algorithm is about placement of the refugees and job opportunities. Just
precisely, yeah. This particular one just focuses on the outcome of employment. So it seeks to maximize its refugees, or I mean, if we want to be very accurate, it doesn't look at the individual refugees, but the refugees, you know, usually come in families, right? It's a basket. So it looks at the employment opportunity of, you know, a family unit, let's say, and optimizes based on that.
Yeah, but don't you think that integration has multiple factors? For example, how they can adjust to the local society that this algorithm does not take into account?
So, I mean, there is a lot of research that says if you have a job in a place, you're much better off being integrated, you know, eventually. It's the main thing that you need in a place, you know. If you have nothing to do and you don't have any links, it's also like how you build social capital and all of that, right? You know, through your employment, for example. But as I said, you know, this is just an example. You could use other things. You could say, okay, I want the employment, which also takes into consideration how many friends they have 3 years after. So you would go around and collect data on refugees and saying, okay, you have a job, good. That's a binary indicator. Do you or do you not have a job for the last 3 years, right? And then you could complement that by saying, okay, well, but this doesn't say the full story. Maybe you have a job, but you don't have any friends, so that you're not integrated. So you can also go around and ask them, you know, there are measurements of how integrated somebody is psychologically, etc. So again, this is just an example, which is very mainstream, but of course you could implement other things. I think there was a question behind you, and then you can go.
Well, thank you for all these comments and presentation. What I wanted to ask is, what I understand is that we are talking about a project, an algorithm, which is a proposal that is going to be implemented. I mean, how the project, the research ended up in this algorithm. There was a research on refugee people that had a work or a few things on the methods of the project. Yeah. So I mean that it is not yet implemented, but it's about to, something like that.
So this project just basically takes register data from Switzerland. So there is the on the paper, I don't know how the Swiss. Yeah, so in Switzerland, there's a centralized system where all asylum seekers are in, and this system collects data. So what you need to implement an algorithm like this basically is you need a lot of data. So like, you know, they have thousands and thousands of data points where they look at these outcomes for people, and based on that, you know, let's say we call that the training data. You train an algorithm to minimize the cost any cost. So again, I'm not going to go into the mathematics because I think that's completely useless for this discussion, but this particular one minimizes the employment cost. So you need to have a job. Or I shouldn't say the employment cost, the outcome. So it optimizes this outcome. Then what you need is a part of the data that is unseen. So you get new data. So let's say you have you take all data from 1990 to 2017, and then you train an algorithm based on that data, and then you implement the algorithm based on the test data where you see how it would work for refugees that came another year. So if the refugees of that year were assigned based on that algorithm, what would be their employment status, right? And you can benchmark it on their actual employment outcome, and you get these plots where you have, so for example, in VOD, it's pretty much the same, but like you can see how the algorithmic assignment would be different from the actual assignment in terms of this particular outcome. So it's completely inexpensive to do this just because it's based on data that already exists in most countries. So in Greece, this could not be implemented just because we don't have the data. And it's not a simple thing to have this data. It's been collected over decades. So in Greece, if we start collecting it now, maybe in 20 years we will be able to implement something like this. But of course, we can use data from Switzerland if we wanted, but then the synergies would be different. And it's very, I would say it's very nation specific. You could use data from a country that's more similar to Greece if you wanted to implement something like that. I'm sorry, there's a question here and then, okay. I think you can, I think you should all read this paper. I mean, it's free, it's on the Science magazine, it's online, and they explain it very simply. I think it would be interesting for those of you who are academics to check it out.
So I want to ask the exact same thing and something else. What kind of data does the algorithm process? Some examples.
You can see it here, actually. If I zoom in. So here is a bunch of outcomes. I'm sure these are not all of them, but these are some that they selected for this particular plot. So you have the age, you have your gender, this is the reference category, so like male, female. You have your proficiency in English. So if you speak English, this is for the US. So in Switzerland, it wouldn't be English, it would be, French, German, Italian, etc. Your education level, and then your nationality. Other parameters could be, do you have, and this has to do with the individual. On behalf of the states, so the locations, you can have a number of other parameters. So for example, what's the unemployment rate? How many of this ethnic group are present in that place, etc. So you can imagine what type of data that would be. It's just simply any data that you can get, really, because the good thing with this algorithm is that, or these approaches, I should say, in general, like machine learning or predictive models, you don't need to have, it's not causal inference research, which I could talk about. I have some stuff in the presentation above, but for these predictive algorithms, you can literally feed it any type of data you have, and it will determine if it's useful in predicting a useful outcome. It's really quite interesting how something so simple can be used so much. But really, literally any data that you have, you can feed it into it. Even if it's irrelevant, then the algorithm will kick it out. So there was another question somewhere. But maybe take the microphone so that the people online can hear us. I haven't looked at the questions online. We should do that after.
Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a kind of mechanical intelligence, if I understood correctly. It's a kind of machine learning. NGOs in Greece do have data. So I wonder if you are thinking to have an application on that, because they do have data, and it might be an idea to be.
So I mean, it could be. I mean, if the point is that, you know, these professors, when this was published, you know, the minister of the responsible government people called the professor who's from Switzerland, and he's part of this team, and they, you know, started to talk about how this could be implemented. I think it's, of course, it's possible to see what data there is and to implement some type of data-driven approach to optimize it. But then again, you know, that's something that I'm sure the government knows that it is available, or maybe they don't. Maybe I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, the NGOs to this. Do we need to wrap up? Okay. So I mean, if NGOs have data, then first of all, this data would need to be evaluated to see if it's big enough, if it's you know, quality enough, and then it could be used to create a concept like that and see theoretically if it would work. So of course it's implementable. If you have enough data, you can do something like that in Greece. What's the thesis? Okay. Yeah. Have it here.
I guess this is the point, that probably the data is available, or at least some source of data in many countries, like in Greece. For instance, we have the Organization of Labor Occupation, OIF, that it has the data because everyone is registered there. But they have the AMCA, you know their profession, they know you know their age, probably their skills, if they're educated or not. Most of the Albanians, for instance, that they're in the country for many years. So what I want to say by that, because this is, I think, the important issue that you raised, Yanni, with your presentation, is that there are tools that they can be implemented and support integration of migrants, or the best solution, the best outcome, or probably one of the, let's say, of the good outcomes of migration in order to have integration. I mean, to use a tool to support both the state and the migrants. Okay, this is the first. The second is that you need always someone who will be responsible to gather all, you know, all this information in order to be implemented. Okay, think of that, you know, that you need the group that, you know, they will try to gather this information in order to be tailored for your purposes. Yes, yes. It's scattered around. That's the point. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, that is a big part of academic work, is, you know, looking at data and seeing what can be used, etc. I mean, at the same time, it's not a surprise that this approach, let's say, you know, a lot of, you know, my professor who is part of this team, he's, you know, it's in Switzerland or in the US, you know, and these people are from big universities. I mean, it is very labor intensive and very expensive to have people gather this data, and it's kind of like, you know, I'm not suggesting that it would be, so the implementation part of the policy is extremely cheap, because, you know, if you have data and you have an algorithm, you know, we can do it in an afternoon and it's fine. But the point of getting the data to the point where it can be used, and, you know, going to OIF or looking up all of these things and coordinating with the NGOs and all of that, that is, of course, not easy at all. And it's certainly a full-time job for a lot of people. And then you can always have the risk that, you know, we spend 1 year gathering data and then we can just see that maybe the data is not good. But I mean, yeah.
At least you have to try.
Of course, you have to try. But
by not doing
I'm just
anything.
saying that this is, you know, Greece is generally a country that's not rich enough to implement this sort of approaches, or unless, you know, there's a lot of funding in that direction, a lot of political will. So if the Ministry of Migration, or whatever, is it called Ministry of Migration? I don't know. So if the Ministry of Migration suddenly gets into like a Silicon Valley type, I don't know, frenzy, and they think, oh, we're going to do everything with data now and it's going to be crazy, then of course they can employ very capable computer programmers and scientists and social scientists to get this data and implement a pilot program like this and see if it works. But it's not like, you need really proficient people to do this, right? Like it's not easy. It's cheap, but it's not easy.
That's the point that we are discussing for basic things, you know, to start gathering the data, or at least to have a coordination of all the information, to gather them somewhere, and probably to, you know, to take advantage in the future.
Yeah,
that's the point.
I mean, of course, I mean, I think this sort of trajectory is where we should be going, where, you know, it's really ridiculous to think that refugees a lot of the time come in a country and they're assigned randomly. You know, it doesn't, of course, you know, a capable person or, you know, a lucky person could be integrated, you know, in that context. It's not maximizing for everybody.
National strategy of 2019 of Greece.
Mm.
And actually, it's a little bit ridiculous because, as always in Greece, they included so many individual characteristics of individuals, like parameters. They included gender, age, group, social capital, based on the concentration of the migrant community in that area. Okay. But it's included, and however, as we all know, probably is so unrealistic to be implemented. But it will never happen. But there is a need to exactly this special mechanism based on maybe, you know.
No, I have never heard of this. I mean, I should say that this is not. This is based. This algorithm is simply to measure, to integrate, to maximize employment. So I mean, I don't know if they had a strategy to say, oh, you know, if you're Seleganese and there's a lot of people from Senegal in Patras, then we will send you there. I think that's more of a qualitative. I don't think it's like hard machine learning. Okay, yeah. I don't know what. I have never heard of this, and I don't know what type of plan was there to implement it. Yeah.
All these characteristics also should be collected by the decentralized administrations.
Yeah, that's.
Since 2011, there was a circular for collecting for each.
Yeah, you usually when you collect this data, you don't want to index, you want to maximize some sort of outcome, right? Like indexing is a different approach.
Well, let's say just you know. Yeah, a circular of the ministry was asking them to collect this type of data in order to maximize integration in different aspects. Okay,
yeah.
Just to say what reality brings is that after some interviews that I conducted with different directorates of civic status and social integration, there was no a single directorate that collected in the end this data.
Mm.
So just to bring the reality to Greece, okay?
Yeah. I mean, in Greece, I would have guessed that, you know, the approach would be really hard. But this doesn't mean that, you know, you couldn't try to see what data there is. I mean, there's a difference between having data readily available and having data existing. So maybe this data exists, but it would take a lot of effort to make it usable. I think that's the problem for most countries. But I mean, generally in Greece, we don't have good data to utilize these approaches. But yeah, I don't know. There was another question.
Yes, I would like to know if we do use this algorithm for Greeks. What about the blue?
So if the algorithm, where are you from?
I am from Greece.
No, I mean, where do you live?
I live in Thessaloniki.
So if the algorithm said, you know, you can't, based on your skills, you can't have a job in Thessaloniki, you have to move to Patras, would you go?
I don't know. If
the algorithm says, I mean,
I will tell you, if I were unemployed, I would.
No. When the refugees get this assignment, the algorithm is based on the fact that they have to go wherever we tell them. So would you be forced to go to Patras if the algorithm said you can't live in Thessaloniki?
Of course I would.
I would say probably, I don't know if you might, but I would say most people wouldn't. I think that you can have a better platform of, you know, employment and stuff like that, and how you look for a job, etc., etc., etc. But I think that assigning people and forcing them to, I mean, asylum seekers is a special category because you literally can tell them go there. They have limited rights, correct?
Okay. We have limited rights for 100 different reasons also, but we don't use them, and they don't accept that for us, isn't it? That I want to know if all this data, if I owe a penny to government, they will find me. They will find the data they need to do whatever they want. So I want to say that it is, after all, a matter of political will. Because we don't use what we have and what we can use. My sister works with the refugees. She's down in Athens, and she collects all of this. She's a sociologist. I think we have many people who are educated enough and they have all the skills they need to select all these issues, and they want and they are trying to give solutions to these people, and they don't have the tools. Again and again.
I mean, what do you mean by tools?
She's in depression. She can't help enough people.
Okay.
And I know she's not the only one.
I mean, of course, everybody who works, chooses to work with the people that are in, I mean, of course, they want to help them, but I mean, I don't see how this has to do with the algorithm. I mean,
it is because you said that we don't have the money, we don't have the people to gather all these things, all this data, but we do have. And we do have people who would do that for free, I think.
I mean, if you can find them, I will run the algorithm. Yeah.
Okay.
If you can find the data, I can have it tomorrow.
Okay, then.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as easy. I would say, of course, there is a lot of goodwill, but having goodwill and having, you know, reliable, consistent data, you know, it's not easy.
I'm not saying that, but we are discussing here how it can be done.
Of course. I mean, if there's a coordinated effort, you know, by thousands of people, I'm sure something could be achieved. But you know, in the end, it's the government that would implement it. You know, because in Greece we don't really have researchers that would do this for free. I think. To this research effort, you know, if I show you the list of authors, it's like, you know, authors from all over the world, like Stanford, Ivy League schools, Switzerland. So these people have their research projects and their research assistants and all of that to sort of, you know, streamline the data. But this is a prepared product. I mean, you could implement this. That's not a problem. The problem is getting some data. And, you know, it's varying difficulties based on, we have only 5 more minutes. So I saw somebody else had a question from up there. So yeah, sorry. And then you.
Is there any chance? Yeah. Is there any chance that this algorithm will separate family members?
So no, because as I said, this algorithm is trained based on baskets of refugees. So it takes a family unit as a unit, and it optimizes based on that. So it's not about because that's how it works. So no.
Algorithm could be useful also as a tool of orientation. Okay, that even somebody, even if wouldn't be forced to move, at the same moment, at least could be orientated. And when it comes to migrant integration, this is a huge problem, the lack of orientation, as the majority of migrants, they move through social networks that probably many times, of course, the social network gives you the social capital needed, but at the same moment locks you there, maybe while the best.
I mean, there is something to be said about, potentially, I mean, giving somebody the information based on some algorithm that could be, better or worse. I mean, you could use that also for as an indicator of something, but I think in the context of refugee policy, there is certain, especially in federal states like the US and Switzerland, there's specific, let's say, there's a framework involved. In federalism, the states have rights. So in Switzerland, the point is that, based on your population, you get a number of refugees. And the question is, how do you assign them perfectly? Because again, if you let there are certain parameters, because of course, if you had no parameters, it would look very different. So that is why, it's all based on certain tailored components that this includes in the end. So I think we have 2 minutes left, and maybe you can
Can
close.
I have the last question?
Yeah, please do.
Thank you very much. So I guess this is the critical one. So why these countries are implementing these algorithms, or at least why they would probably will use them for the best allocation of migrants, or probably to implement a policy towards migration that it will facilitate integration, so it's not going to be a problem for the case state, since in most of the cases, this is the point, that migrants were never welcomed anywhere. I mean, I don't remember at any time that migrants, we are here for you, come. I'm not talking about Switzerland and the United States. I'm talking in general. This is a fact. I mean, you never had any kind of, not of state policies, of the people. They were always kind of suspicious, towards this possibility, okay? So this is my point.
I would like to first of all say that this is not yet implemented anywhere. So in Switzerland, they're talking about it very seriously, as far as I can tell, because, they see simply the huge benefits of it, just with using no extra money, money is an issue in every country, even Switzerland. People don't want to spend extra money on anything, of course. Nobody likes to pay taxes. So this is an inexpensive way that they're going to improve something that usually costs a lot of money, because, let's say you're a government official and one person says, you can implement this, spend no money, and I predict that you will increase employment and therefore integration of refugees by 73%. And then another person says, we spend, maybe 50 million over the next 5 years to have language programs, and then maybe it doesn't work because usually it works, but whatever. People will usually try to learn the language on their own. So the lawmaker would think, and then we don't have to spend that much money on that, or we can spend the money and then also do the free thing because it's free. And, I think the point in Switzerland is that they really have a huge problem with a lot of people thinking that integration doesn't work. And so anything that improves integration is welcomed by the policymakers. And of course, it makes perfect sense, right? Because if you're going to take asylum seekers, there is a part of, there is the logical fallacy that we discussed before about how people think that migrants cost the country, where in reality it's a net benefit for the economy. You just need to have the institutions in place. I think anything that, sort of unlocks this potential, because of course, the models of how global migration improves GDP, they assume full integration and zero costs, right? So as long as you can implement that, then of course it's a net benefit for society. If a person comes and they have a job, I think that's not debated. So I think there's a final question or no? Okay, thank you. I had a lot more to talk about based on like some like causal inference and some more math for you here, but maybe you didn't care about that. Maybe we just talked.
The math is good. After so many hours, you know.
Yeah. Well, we can do it if you want over dinner. Okay. Thank you very much. This was really nice. I don't think we have any questions, outstanding questions from the chat. So if we can check that just to be sure. Yep, perfect. Okay. This was nice. Thank you all.